Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Okay. Welcome, everybody. I'm Dr. Lambert, and I'm the director for the Center for Thriving Leaders. This event was normally known as Pastorpedia, and it's been retitled as the Center for Thriving Leaders Network. So we're going to be functioning somewhat similar. We're going to update some things. We want to make it very relevant for today's pastors. And so glad to have everyone out today. As a pastor for over 25 years myself, I know the sometimes hard proclivities to get away from the office. And so I'm so glad you made it out today for a time of enrichment with Gary McIntosh and some great dining from Cerulean, so one of our local restaurants. So we're going to have a nice dinner together. And so we'll be starting here in just a few minutes with Gary McIntosh. He'll be around 10:20, and so he'll start the event for us. And then we'll have lunch right around 11:45, getting close to the 12-hour, and then we'll have lunch from Cerulean provided here for us. So again, welcome to the Center for Thriving Leaders Network event. We do have a Center for Thriving Leaders table in the back. It's a new ministry here by Grace College and Seminary. So not only are we training pastors at the undergrad level, master's level, and doctorate level, but once pastors are out there, we want to help them revitalize, renew, bring revival, and help church planters succeed. So not only are we in the training part, but we want to see pastors succeed once they're out there pastoring. So that is what the Center for Thriving Leaders does. How we do that is a lot of different venues. We're developing master's and doctorate degrees in renewal, in revitalization, and church planting. And we're also holding several events here on campus. One of those is what we're having right here. So we'll have another one coming up in November, and then a couple more in the following year, which we'll talk about. So again, welcome. Want to welcome our interim president, Dr. John T. Van, just walked into the room. So thank you, Dr. T. Van, for being present with us today. And then starting in July, we certainly welcome our new president, Dr. Drew Flam. So we're excited about that transition here in our campus. So more to be said about that. Again, welcome, pastors. Enjoy your time. You don't have to solve any problems right now. You don't have to fix any problems. If you get that frantic phone call, just let it ring. It'll be there when you get back. So just enjoy your time together. Real quick, I want to do a quick giveaway. And so I've got a list of names that you signed up in. And so I'm going to be giving away one of our professor's new books. It's a commentary by Matt Harmon on Galatians. Anybody have this yet, by the way? Hopefully I don't draw your name, John. But I want to give one of these away, or you'll have two. So let's see, who's going to get Matt Harmon's commentary? Calvin Bolt. All right, Calvin. Enjoy that commentary. Excellent work done by our New Testament professor, Matt Harmon. So without any further ado, I want to bring up Dr. LaJoya, the director of our DMIN program. He's going to share some things and introduce our speaker. Again, welcome, everybody.
Thanks, Trent. I remember back many years ago, my first car. It was a Ford Galaxie 500 V8. 289 cubic inches, had a lot of power, no air conditioning back in those days. I used to sit on the fender and tune it up from the top of my feet in the engine compartment. Well, I got that from my dad. My dad dropped the valve and the car was shot, but I happened to be in auto shop in high school, so my dad was going to give it to me. I gave him $50 for it, you know. But anyway, so I took it in the auto shop, rebuilt the engine, ran like a champ. But I'm from Chicago. Anybody know what Chicago is known for? And don't say crime. I mean, and with relation to weather and roads. Windy City. And what about the roads? Potholes. You ever hear of potholes? Well, with that car, I'd drive for so many miles. And then every so often, because of the potholes, I had to get it realigned, take it in for realignment where they straighten out the steering. Because if you let go of the wheel, it's going to go this way or that way or who knows where, or go like this even. So I want to say thank you to all of you who have been serving in ministry faithfully for a lot of years. And I pray God keeps that going. But if you're like my car, every so often you got to come in for a realignment, right? Sometimes the direction gets a little off or we forget why we're doing what we're doing. Well, if you're feeling that way, I've got a wonderful solution for you. And that is, it's our doctoral programs. Coming in for a theological, biblical realignment, looking at foundational issues as to why we do what we do before we talk about how to do it, right? And you're going to hear some of it. By the way, you are eavesdropping on a doctoral seminar right now because the class is taking place right in here with our professor. So let me explain just a little bit about our program. This is designed for those who are rooted in ministry. In other words, you can't really leave your ministry to come for a traditional education, fall semester, spring semester. So, and I've got literature for you if you're interested. Please come see me at lunch hour. But it is designed, we call it a dual seminar schedule, and right now we're in the middle of the first seminar. In fact, it'll end tomorrow at 5 o'clock. There's a lot of feeding going on in this place. You're going to see there's a lot of meals around here. We do have a gym right next door, which you would have access to if you were a doctoral student. So some do take advantage of that. And then we have a second week. So it's a total of 8.5 weeks, 8 to 5, Tuesday. We're done by about lunch hour. So there's pre-course work. 3 months in advance, you will have a syllabus in hand before you arrive here. So when you come into class at 8 o'clock Monday morning, after the professor says amen, after praying for you, you're going to have all kinds of questions. You know why? You've been warmed up to that subject, interacting with it for 3 months. And so then after you leave, you have 3 months after that to do some post-course work, a little bit more depth. Now that you've acclimated to all this new knowledge, now it's to process that and how to actually plug it into your very specific ministry context, right? So it's designed to help make you a more effective pastor, and it's also designed to edify the people to whom God has called you to serve, right? And so just very briefly, I want to give you a bird's eye view, and that is we have 2 programs. By the way, we have two Korean doctoral programs, but for the English speakers, we have a Doctor of Intercultural Studies, and this is a 38 credit hour program. We have a Doctor of Ministry program, and in the Doctor of Ministry program, this is a 30 credit hour program. We have 5 concentrations. One, for example, is Ministry Leadership. Dr. McIntosh is teaching a course in that concentration as we speak. He's teaching on practice of ministry leadership. We have Intercultural Studies, which is another concentration in the program. We have Advanced Expository Preaching. We have Pastoral Studies. And we have, and this one has been a pleasant surprise to me, we call it Interdisciplinary Studies. And what that means is all students in all 5 tracks have to take what we call the core courses. There's 4 of them. Everybody takes those. But then the other 4 are based on your concentration. It's all preaching, all leadership, etc. But if you do, for example, the interdisciplinary, you are free to take whatever you would like. And I think students appreciate that one in the sense that they'll say, wow, I've always wanted to take that prof, but I can't. He's not in my concentration. Well, now you can. Oh, I've always wanted that subject, but it doesn't fit my track. Well, you can. Or I need some flexibility in my schedule. I can't always be here to take this, and okay, well, now you got flexibility. You can take what you'd like. See what I mean? So that one has been very popular as well. If you're interested, I'm bubbling over with information. I'd like to share more, but I don't want to encroach on Dr. McIntosh's time. But come see me. Is there something else you want to mention?
Yeah, real quick.
Go right ahead. Then I'm going to introduce Dr. McIntosh.
A couple things, I'm so sorry,
No, go
is
ahead.
we do have a couple books that Dr. McIntosh is going to be working with this morning, so if you'd like to purchase those, we do have a limited supply, so they're in the back table. You can see Julia Petey, she'll help you with that. And then also, I don't want to begin without giving some recognition to our Dean, Freddie Cardoza. And Freddie has brought fresh vision and vigor to our seminary, and so we're so thankful for that.
Amen.
So I'm glad our Dean is with us today. So thanks,
Amen.
Rock.
Thank you. All right, I want to introduce our speaker. Yeah. Dr. Gary L. McIntosh is professor of Christian ministry and leadership at Talbot School of Theology, Biola, of course, near the Los Angeles area. Retired? Okay, but still teaching, at least teaching for us. I'm grateful to God for that. He taught there in the field of pastoral theology. He has 37 years of experience consulting nonprofit organizations, coaching of leaders, and seminar presentations. A president of the Church Growth Network. Gary has analyzed, get ready for it, over 1,200 churches. Has that gone up yet? Okay, I thought so. Representing some 90-plus denominations throughout the U.S., Canada, and Southeast Asia. Gary is editor of the Growth Points Leadership Letter, and he served as editor of the Journal of American Society for Church Growth. He has written or co-authored, and I think I got it right now, 27 books. I have to check every time. One just came out, another one you're working on, right? And I'm going to give you just a sampling of some. Some of these I had back when I was in seminary. These are great books. The Issachar Factor, Creating Community, Overcoming the Dark Side of Leadership, One Size Doesn't Fit All, Staff Your Church for Growth, One Church, 4 Generations, Biblical Church Growth, Thriving Churches, Beyond the First Visit, Taking Your Church to the Next Level, Here Today and There Tomorrow, There's Hope for Your Church, Being the Church in a Multi-Ethnic Community, What Every Pastor Should Know, Indispensable Rules of Thumb for Leading Your Church, and Building the Body. Now, his topic this morning is welcoming and connecting guests to your church and the role of the pastor. I'm so glad you're here. Let's give him a warm welcome, shall we?
Thank you very much. It's good to be with you folks again. It's always a delight to come to Grace Theological Seminary and to share with all of you. I want to just affirm, if you're here looking for the possibility of a Doctor of Ministry program, it's a great program. The Doctor of Ministry program, I got my DMin degree in 1982. Yes, I'm an old guy now, 1982. And I went to a little school on the West Coast called, well, anyway, it was a school on the West Coast. And church growth was the hot topic in those days, and so I studied that with C. Peter Wagner and some others. But that program turned my life around. It shifted my whole career, so to speak, my ministry career. Gave me the tools I needed for really the kind of the second half of my life, I guess you would say. And so I am very pro Doctor of Ministry courses. I think within seminary education, I think the DMin degree has been the primary innovation probably in the last 50 years or so, because it takes pastors who have been in ministry for 10, 15, 20 years and allows you to come back and to rethink, retool, reevaluate your call to ministry, get you back in the literature. You know, it's funny that when we're in school, we do a lot of reading, and then most pastors, when they get out of seminary, they quit reading. I've asked my pastors, friends, a lot, you know, what do you read? And they say, well, we read for sermon illustrations. You know, that's what we read for, particularly if you're the preaching pastor, because Sunday's coming, right? It's Monday. Wow. Hey, Sunday's coming. Sunday's coming. No, most people don't understand the rigor of having to come up with a sermon every Sunday, every Sunday, every Sunday. And you can't use the same illustrations twice, right? Of course we do, right? I remember one time I had some friends from my church. We went out, and I was sitting there over lunch with them, with my wife. I said, you know, this is a little dangerous, but I'd just like to know, what stories have I told over and over again, and you're sick of hearing them? I shouldn't have asked, because they were ready, you know. And I still remember this guy says, Pete Lee was his name, and he lives over in Edmonds, Oklahoma now. He said, well, we've heard that story about you breaking your leg in high school multiple times. And I decided, well, I'm not going to tell that story anymore. So I won't tell it to you either, but it's a good story. It's a good story. But, you know, when we get out of seminary, we do read, but we read, you know, looking forward to those illustrations. You know, we got to have a new illustration next week and next week and next week and next week, and we don't read. But one of the values of the DMN program is get you back in literature. Things change. If you've been out of seminary 10 years, you're out of date. You're out of date. You know, when I graduated from seminary, the overhead projector was the new technological innovation. And yes, I'm an old guy. But you know, we hadn't even heard of computers, cell phones, any of that sort of thing. Technology changes, right? And then now we're all dealing with being online. I mean, who would have even thought of there'd be a Zoom type of technology that would be available that would allow us to have church without being together, actually in a particular space. Really challenging. So anyway, if you're interested in DMN program, I would highly recommend the program here. Jump in, you'll be glad you did. It will change your life. It will redirect your whole ministry career. I love the topic of welcoming. The reason why I love the topic of welcoming is because of the story that I heard over and over again growing up from my mother and my grandmother. My mother and grandmother, their family, my uncle also, they were in Oklahoma, the Tulsa area of Oklahoma. And as my grandmother used to tell me, Gary, when we were in Oklahoma, we attended church every time the doors of the church were open. Sunday morning, Sunday night, Wednesday, women's group, you know, whatever they had back in that particular time. My mom met my dad in high school, and they fell in love. He was 2 years older than her, and they married in 1943, just as he was going off to World War II. And so they married, they had like just a few weeks together, and then he went off to the Aleutian Islands. The Japanese had come into the Aleutian Islands, and we had pushed them out, and then the American government was putting forces up there expecting that the Japanese were going to come back. They didn't come back up there, but my dad was up there for a year. He came back, and they moved together down to El Paso, Texas, and were there at Fort Bliss in El Paso, Texas, came back to Oklahoma eventually when he got out of the service, and my mom got pregnant with me. Something happened that year. I don't know what happened that year exactly. I've heard some stories, but my mom and dad got a divorce before I was 1 year old. Well, my mother, what do you do when it's 1948 and you're a 24-year-old divorcee with a little baby? Well, you move in with mom, and that's what my mom did. And then they had a fire, and they lost everything in the fire. Eventually, they moved to Colorado Springs, Colorado, where I actually was born and actually grew up. But the story that I'm getting to is that being good church people, believers, my mom came to Christ when she was 8 years old. My uncle and grandma came to Christ together. They were all baptized together in a Baptist church there in Oklahoma. When they moved to Colorado, the first thing they want to do is find the church. And yet, when they went to the churches, they were not welcomed. Part of it had to do with their Okie mannerisms, their Okie slang, I guess you would say. You know, my whole life I grew up thinking we're doing the wash. You know, I took speech in high school, and I was giving a speech, and I said wash. And afterwards, the speech teacher said, "Mr. McIntosh, I've got a question. How do you spell wash?" And I said, W-A-S-H. She said, "Where's the R?" I said, there is no R She says, then why do you say wash? I had no idea why I said wash. That's just what we said, right? Well, that was what you said in Oklahoma. You know, we're going to do the wash, you know. It wasn't a washcloth, it was a washcloth. Well, actually, it was a wash rag. It was a wash rag. So, you know, probably coming from Oklahoma in those days, you know, the churches weren't really warm to the Okies from Muskogee, sort of thing. But the big issue was my mom was a 24-year-old divorcee with a little baby and no husband. And the churches were not warm to that. The ladies would not embrace her and my grandmother into the church. And as I heard the story growing up from my mom and my grandmother, they tried multiple churches because after all, they're Christians. They love God, they love the Bible. They want to raise their grandson and son in the faith. But every church they went to, they felt this rejection that was there. No churches would embrace them. Well, the short part of the long story is that they stopped going to church. And they never went to church again the rest of their lives. And it's just the grace of God that I'm a believer. It's just the grace of God that we moved in next door to a family where the kids were going to Sunday school at a Bible-believing church. And the Sunday school teachers were saying to the kids, invite your friends to Sunday school. And my best friend, still my best friend, the friend I've known the longest in my life, I met him when we were about 7 years old. And he faithfully invited me to Sunday school for 3 years. And I finally went one day and heard the gospel and believed in Christ. But I shudder to think what would have happened if God hadn't sovereignly put us next door to Neil and his family. But, you know, I look back and think, wow, I would have never heard the gospel. My mother and grandmother taught me to love God, taught me to respect the Bible, but they didn't, I guess, know enough to tell me about the death, burial, and resurrection of Christ and the fact that I needed to believe in him. They were basically untrained lay people, I guess you would say, in the church. But I look back and think, wow, things could have been different. My family was very dysfunctional, angry, bitter, yelling, screaming. I found a home in the church, is what I did. My youth group became my family. But I look back and think, well, how things could have been different, you know, if one of those churches would have embraced them, brought them into the fold. Wow, could have been a whole different world. So we're talking about welcoming people, not because we just want our church to grow in numbers, although we all do that, right? No pastor wants their church to decline. We all want to see new people coming and won to Christ and then folded into the church, right? We do. But ultimately we want to do that because these are people who God loves and that God cares for. And because if we get them in the church, it changes whole lives. It doesn't just change one life. It changes 2, 3, a whole family life. So I better quit talking, or you know, I always identify with Timothy because I was raised by my mother and grandmother, and because of that, I think my feminine side shows up. You know, I have the emotions close to the surface, so I got to quit talking about that, or we won't get through this. So you have some note sheets that say a place of welcome, connect with newcomers. And if you turn that over, you'll see a nice picture of me. Now, I want to ask you the truth. Don't I look better in person than in that picture? You better say yes. All right, let's turn over to the next page where it says General Session 1. So here's my game plan for the day, just so you know where we're going. We got 2 sessions. So I kind of changed the direction a little bit because I started talking to people and asking pastors about questions about assimilation and connection and welcoming. And one of the big questions had to do with, how do we welcome people after COVID? And so this morning I'm going to give you my take on that, and then we're going to have an opportunity for you to talk to each other at your tables and kind of debrief a little bit together. We'll have lunch, and then this afternoon we'll talk about developing a system of welcome. And if you've read my book, Beyond the First Visit, some of this will be in there, but I've updated it because of the online, because of Facebook, Instagram, that sort of thing. So I want to put that into it. That's not in the book because that book was written before we were really an online church. So I want to kind of update that. But let's go to session 1, if you would, where it says assimilation after COVID. So there's been some primary changes and secondary changes. What is the primary change? From my view, the primary change is that everything is now online. Everything is now online. Before COVID, honestly, churches barely had a website. Most churches in America barely had a website. They had a website. Sometimes it was developed by a person in the church. Sometimes it worked. Sometimes it didn't. You'd click on the page and it would say, this page is still under construction. It was very frustrating sometimes. You couldn't find the information. And of course, when we first went to online after COVID, it was very frustrating because sometimes you couldn't even find where to click to get the online service. And quite honestly, some churches that's still true. When I go online to look at an online service, they'll say online service, but I can't find it. I don't know where to click. And I click here and there and all there, and you just give up. It's just so crazy. But before COVID, churches barely had a website or a Facebook page. Few had online worship, small groups, online giving. Very few had that. But now, most churches are offering online worship, online giving, online small groups, online pastoral care. So things have really shifted very quickly. And I want you to know I'm proud of you. I'm actually proud of the church in America because I think that it's amazing how quickly churches in America were able to shift and go to online. Some did it better than others for sure, but it shows us that the church can change. Some of us are in churches where we know our churches need to change to be more indigenous to the current culture and be more effective in the current culture, but we get resistance from our people. But our churches can change, and we did change overnight, literally overnight, or over a week maybe, to get it up and going. It is possible, and I think the churches really did do well. Well, what are the secondary changes? Well, actually they're too numerous to count. But we'll talk about some of those. In-person attendance in most churches is lower following COVID. I'm sure you are aware of that. And I like to say that there's remainers, returners, and relocators. Remainers are those who never left our community, our church, and that's about 40% of our people. We might call them the core people, or the committed people around the core, but about 40% of people are what I would call remainers. They never left their community. Then there's the returners. Now those are people who left and they returned, and that's about 30%. So about 30% of our pre-COVID people did leave us. They didn't necessarily watch us online, but they have come back. But there's the relocators, and that's those who left and didn't return, and that's about 30%. Now we don't know all the hard numbers yet. There's several studies going on right now by verifiable research organizations, and we'll probably get some reports here in the next year or so. You know, we'll really know what happened. But the general feel is, across the United States, is that most churches lost 30% of their pre-COVID worship attendance. So we're running about 70% of pre-COVID. Now there's winners and losers in the post-COVID economy. And the winners are the large churches. The losers are the smaller churches. Smaller churches or average sized churches have basically lost 30%. Well, where did that 30% go? Well, some of them just drifted away. You know, they're nowhere to be found. But some of them moved to the larger churches. The larger churches, by and large, were ahead of the game when COVID happened. They already had online giving in place. They already had online services in place. They already had good equipment. They already had staff that was technologically astute of how to do online worship and care and small groups and things like that. The small churches didn't. Many small churches did not have online giving. And so when you're not there for a person to put their check in the offering bag or plate, how do you get that offering? Well, it took time to bring the church up to speed with online giving. It took time to bring the church up to speed, you know, with the technology for the cameras and the sound equipment and that sort of thing. The larger churches were already first to market. That's a, you know, I know we don't like to think of it that way, but first to market is always a winner. The larger churches already were ready. The small churches were not. The small churches had to scramble more. And again, I think if you're a small church, I think you did a great job. I think most churches in America prove that we can change and we can adapt very quickly if we have to. We can do it. But another thing that is a change is that online amplifies our strengths and weaknesses. Online amplified our strengths and weaknesses as a church. So online allowed us as pastors sometimes to see ourselves preaching, and we realized, whoa, you know, I'm not coming across very well. I had one pastor just tell me last week, he said he had never watched himself preach until COVID. And then he would sit down and look at the recording of himself preaching. And just simple things. He said he never thought about himself in the background. But he said when he was looking online, in their background they had kind of stripes going. And he said it was really hard for him to watch himself, because as he moved with those stripes, it would kind of, you know, flicker on the screen. And he said, I was never aware of how the background was perceived by the people in the audience and stuff like that. As you know, some pastors just continued to preach in the same way they always did, behind the pulpit. And all of a sudden, some pastors are realizing, hey, when you're online, you have to be more relational. You have to be more personable. It's, you know, it's like looking at the evening news. You know, those people are sitting there looking at you as though they're talking to you relationally. It's a very personal medium. But the pastors, early on at least, were preaching to an empty audience, but preaching as though the crowd was still there, you know, and not even looking in the camera sometimes, and things like this. And so, you know, that's part of it. It amplified our weaknesses with music. You know, if your worship team was not quite on tune, it sounded worse online. It sounded worse online. In fact, if you didn't have the right equipment, your worship team could be on tune in the room, but when it went across the internet and Facebook and stuff, it sounded terrible. It sounded like, I mean, I was a music major at one time, and in choral music and stuff. And I mean, there's some online services. I don't know how many times I looked at my wife and said, "Oh, they're so sharp. Oh, they're so sharp." You know, it just was irritating, you know, to watch that service. Well, some of that was the people. A lot of it was equipment, poor equipment, and that didn't allow the music to translate over, you know, to the people who were listening. I got to tell you a story here. This I have a friend. He was in my church a number of years ago. He lives up around Massachusetts now. But when he was in college, he was a music major. And he played, I think he played the trumpet, or I can't remember, the trumpet or not the saxophone, but the trombone. And he was a music major, and he was a freshman. And in the music program at his university, every semester, every music student, they had to have an instrument that they majored in, and then they had to give a one-song performance to all the music teachers every semester at the end of the semester. And then the professors would give them a grade. And of course, the hope was that over the years you would improve your playing and skill ability. Well, he was not a Christian, but he became a Christian as a freshman in college. And somehow or other he was reading and looking at Bach. And Bach would always write at the end of some of his early works, he would write SDG, which meant Soli Deo Gloria, glory to God alone. And so he was impressed with that, and as a new Christian, he, you know, was really excited about his discovery. So he said, he gets up to give his performance, and as a word of testimony, you know, he said to all the music teachers, he said, Bach would always write SDG at the end of his works, and glory to God alone, and I want to glorify God today with this performance. And my friend said he went on to give the absolute worst performance of his college career. And afterwards, as he sat down, the main professor gave him a piece of paper or a card with the grade on it. And the grade was bad. It was like a D. But it was what the professor wrote that is important. The professor wrote on it, "You can glorify God better in tune." I agree. You can glorify better in tune. Hey, we can glorify God better online with equipment that lets us be in tune and communicates better. So anyway, equipment, cameras, sound, lighting, staging, all of this was magnified for the good or worse with COVID. It highlighted the issue of editing and better equipment for editing, and having a tech team that could do post-production work on the recordings that we did for online. Analytics, and this is something that we've all kind of wrestled with. Who's watching? Who's really watching? How long are they staying? You know, if they stay for 3 minutes, do we really count them as an online viewer? Some churches average a viewership was 3 minutes. It was 3 minutes. Was that really an attender? You know, so we say, oh, our attendance online is more than in person. Well, really? How long did they stay? Well, if they stay 3 minutes, folks, that's just like driving by your church in the building. It's a drive-by traffic, you know. Hey, there's a church there. Yeah, it looks pretty nice. Just keep going. And that's what happens online. People, you know, they kind of drive by. They're not really attending. In fact, really what has happened with online has just made your back row bigger. It's made the back row bigger. Because now people just sit there with a cup of coffee and watch, right? Just like the people in the back row of your church. They got a cup of coffee, they walk in, they sit down, service is over, they get up, they walk out. They're not sitting in the front row where they're gonna be seen and observed, and you can ask them to do something. The back row is bigger. How long have they stayed? What I'm finding now through just asking a lot of churches is that most churches are saying, if the person stays 20 to 30 minutes, I count them as an attendee. If they stay less than 20 minutes, they're not an attendee. They're not an attendee. So I don't know what metrics you're using, but this is still a growing understanding of when are people really with us online. What I'm finding is most of the churches that kind of have their act together on this are really becoming more strict. If you're there 3 minutes, 7 minutes, you're not an attendee. You're just a person driving by the building. But if you are there 20 minutes to 30 minutes, we count you as a genuine attendee at our church. So what are your analytics? Staffing. This has challenged our staffing with online pastors, online care, that sort of thing, really challenging. How can we afford this? Can we afford an online pastor? Is it volunteers, that sort of thing? Several of the larger, and I hate to say this, but mega churches that I've talked to, they have told me that you really can't afford an online pastor till you have at least 1,000 viewers. 1,000 viewers. Now, some of you may be making an online pastor work with fewer than that, but it may not be a full-time paid position. I don't know. Again, we'll see more statistics on all that's coming out in the future, but we need to have somebody in our church who's responsible for that online community, and it can't be us as the lead pastor because there's too many other things typically to do. So just with that is just kind of some thoughts. What does the future church look like? What does the future church look like? And I would suggest that a hybrid church, always with an online presence in worship, small groups, and giving. That the future church will be a hybrid church, always with an online presence. And so if you are a church that says, oh, I'm so glad COVID's over, we can get back, and let's stop doing online. You stop doing online, you're going to be totally invisible in the future, particularly with people under 40 years old. You're going to be totally invisible. You've got to stay online and engage with people. So the key principle here, next page, everything has changed. But at the same time, nothing has changed. It's all still about engagement. It's about engaging people. Engaging them with your church and into a process that will bring them into a community of faith. And so number 4 here, we need to create digital space for our church. And we essentially have 4 options as a church, as a hybrid church. So one, this goes from left to right, low engagement on the left, high engagement on the right. So it's possible as a church that you can just set up a camera and no one really watches that camera. You just set the camera up, you focus it in, and people can come online, they can watch your service, they can watch your music, they can watch your congregation and fellowship, but beyond that, you don't try and do anything in terms of online community, small groups, or anything like that. you don't have an online pastor. You're just simply setting up a camera and focusing on the pulpit, focusing on the stage, and and letting people watch you, basically. Now this is basically generally referred to as just a broadcast medium. You're just broadcasting your service out there into the online community world. But there's no attempt to engage people beyond that. Now, this is very similar to, say, Six Flags. You can go online and you can see videos of Six Flags. You can see people riding the roller coasters and all that sort of thing. But you're just observing. There's no attempt maybe to engage you, to get you beyond that observing. Maybe this would be a better illustration. Think of Ken Burns, who does all these documentaries. And he's got these documentaries of the national parks. So you can buy this documentary or you can download it and watch it on Netflix or something. And you sit there and you're looking at, say, the Grand Canyon. And beautiful pictures and up close of birds and rabbits and the river. And they show you people rafting down the river and everything. But all we're doing is sitting there in our house observing. And when that show's over, if you got a DVD, you pop the DVD out. There's no attempt in a Ken Burns documentary to move you beyond just watching. That's it. It's just a broadcast medium. So that's obviously very low engagement, right? There's no attempt to engage you, to move you beyond just watching that. Now, if your church just sets up a camera and focuses on the stage and you're doing worship, you're like a Ken Burns documentary. And people will come in and sometimes they will watch you. But it's going to be very difficult to connect them to your church because they're just going to sit there with their cup of coffee and watch your service. And that was nice. And then they go on and do whatever they have to do that particular Sunday. Now, if you come further to the right here, then you have where you can look at your online space as a way to be a front door to your church. And really, I think for most of churches, the online is becoming a front door to the church. And the illustration here would be here like the IRS. So you can go on the IRS website and you can look around. They got a lot of PDFs on different information about that. But again, there's no way to really connect with them on that website. They do give you information, you can call your local IRS office, or you can write a letter or something like that. But the IRS will say, we never contact you by email. So if you get an email from the IRS saying you owe us money, it's probably a scam. They don't do that. So there's some engagement at the IRS website because you can Google around, you can find PDFs that will answer some of your questions that you might have about your taxes and things like that. But again, they're not trying to get you to come down to the office, or they're not trying to get you into any online community. Now, some churches are like that. In fact, your church may be like that. You have an online presence, and part of that online presence is click here and get information about our service times. Click here and get information about our small groups. Click here and get this information. Click here and get this information. So it becomes like a brochure for your church is what it is. It's an online brochure. But beyond just giving them information, there's no attempt by your church to engage them on the site. But you're just actually giving information. Well, now if you keep moving, then you have an online space that really is attempting to assimilate or connect people. So this would be akin to Target. So if you go onto a Target site you can look at all the various options, and you can choose an option, you can pay for an option, and you can then go to the store and you pick it up at the store, or they'll actually bring it out to your car. So they are trying to engage you to the point that you actually buy the product and then come to the store to pick it up. And Target's very successful with that. It's one of the most successful businesses right now doing that. Now your church can do that. So you've got your online presence, you've got your information there, but then you've got a place where you could click for more information, and maybe then someone from the church emails you back or calls you back and says, we do have a small group that meets Tuesday night, and they try and engage you to come to the church building. Now, the most engagement is represented here, what we might call multiplication space. Amazon would be a good example. Not only with Amazon can you view everything that they offer, not only can you buy it, not only can you go pick it up, but they'll actually bring it to your house. They'll bring it. So they're a full service organization that'll get it there. So what we want to do, if we want to really see our online church connect with people to where they actually come to our church, engage with our church, is we have to move towards high engagement practices on our websites in order to assimilate them. So insight number one here, most churches offer low engagement with their online community. They're on the left side. They either just broadcast their service, or they broadcast their service and use the website as a brochure just to give information. Insight number two, digital's made the back row larger. I said that already. Now, insight number three, online viewers are like drive-by traffic. I said that too. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Insight number four, digital done right leads to engagement. Engagement. Insight number five, you must move people from engagement to participation to community. So we want to use the online to engage people, and then we move them towards participation, and then we move them towards community. So if you go to the next page, you'll see kind of a chart there. Number 5, we need to determine what type of online church we'll be. What kind of online church do we want to be? Do we want to be a church that's simply online? That is, we have a broadcast medium just broadcasting the service and having a bit of presence for information? Or level 2, do you want to be a church that has an online community? Do you want to be online, but you want to move beyond just the service being projected out to the community, and you want to try and build a community of people who are with each other online? Or level 3, do you want to be a church that has an online campus where you actually offer a lot? Small groups, pastoral care, teaching, all of that online. Or do you want to be a church with an online network? Now that would be a church that where you have multiple sites and you've got multiple communities. So you might have a church here in Winona Lake, but you have an online community, say in upper state New York, and one down in Florida, and one over in California, and maybe one over in Poland or something like that. You've heard of these churches that do that. You know, they actually are multi-site churches, but they're doing it online. That would be another level of networking. And then level 5 is just being a totally virtual church, where everything is done online. You know, and you're not even expecting people to ever come and meet in person. And there are churches that are doing that. I didn't realize it, and I started looking for it, and people are telling me about them, and you know, it challenges our definition of ecclesiology, and that's one of the hidden things in here. We got to wrestle with what is the church from a theological perspective. Does a church have to meet in person, face to face? You know, when Hebrews says, "Don't forsake the gathering of yourselves together," does that have to be in person, face to face, or can that gathering be a virtual gathering? A small group where the people may be in multiple locations, but they meet online. I'm not here to give you the answer. We each have to kind of wrestle with that. But let me give you some practical ideas, because I tend towards the practical. But some practical ideas to use today, all right? And some of you probably are already doing some of this, and some of you this may be some new ideas. We need to engage people online the same way you would engage them in person. So think about how you engage people in person at your church building. So, you know, most of us, when guests come today, there will be some sort of a system. We'll talk this afternoon about system. But when people come, you may have parking attendants who wave to them, help them find a car. You may have people who stand outside and shake their hand as they're walking up to the church building. You may certainly, in the worship service, have someone who gets up and says, "Good morning, folks. Glad to have you here today. If you're a first-time guest, thank you for coming. We appreciate you coming. And oh, by the way, if you're a guest today, we're going to be taking the offering in a few minutes. And don't feel as a guest that you have to give. The offering is for the supporters and members of our church. But folks, we've got, you know, if you'll fill out this registration card, and you'll turn it into the table back in the back, we got a gift for you. So we offer a greeting. We offer a welcome. You may say in the church service, "Hey, if you're a first-time guest today, or if you've been here a couple of times, after the morning service, we're going to have a meet and greet the pastor in room 101. And we got refreshments back there, and come back there and meet the pastor personally." Now, we think about this stuff face to face. We need to do exactly the same thing online. So someone's watching the service, you know, they click on to the online service. As they're watching, a pop-up screen pops up. And it might be one person, it might be a couple people. And when it pops up, it says, "Hi folks, thanks for meeting with our church today online. We just want to welcome you and thank you for coming." And if at the end of the online service today, we're going to have a gathering to meet and greet the pastor. So if you'll just look on the right side of your screen and scroll down to the fourth line, you'll see it says meet and greet the pastor. So as soon as the service is over today, just reach over there and click on that, and the pastor's going to be with us live to meet and greet you, and you can actually talk to the pastor if you want to and ask questions. So it's not a room in the church over there, but it's a room on the screen. And we're doing exactly the same thing we do over there as we do online. Oh, folks, welcome today. It's so good to have you here watching us online. If you would just record your presence, if you look in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, you'll see connection card. Would you take just a few minutes to fill that out, and we'd be happy to send you a free gift. You know, our pastor wrote a book, and we'll send you a free copy. If you'll give us your mailing address, we'll send you a free copy of that book. Same thing in your church. You know, folks, fill out this card, take it to the back table. You get a DVD or a CD of our worship team performing music or something, okay? Same thing online. Hi, folks, look in the upper right-hand corner of the screen, click on that, fill out the card. If you give us your name and address, we will mail you a copy of the CD of our worship team. This is challenging. And for many of us as pastors, we're going to need help. Because many of us are not that good with the online to be able to create these sort of things, but we need to create these sort of things. And so this is the first thing I would say of, think about what you do in person for your guests. We need to move every one of those things to online. We need to do online just what we do in person. Now, it may take a little creativity to do that in some cases, but we've got to think this through, how we would do it. So we welcome them, we thank them for watching, we ask them to fill out the connection card, we invite them to a gathering afterwards. We point them to next steps. Folks, thanks for, maybe at the end of the online service, another pop-up screen pops up, and maybe it's a young couple, and they say, folks, we just want to thank you for spending time with us this morning in our online worship service. And some of you are probably thinking, I'd like to get a little more involved with this church. So what are my next steps? Well, let us suggest a couple next steps. If you look on the right side of your screen, you'll see a little button that says Next Steps. If you click on that, we've got some options for you. If you'd like just to get to know our church some more, we're going to have a 1-hour class on Get Acquainted with First Church. And if you'll click on that, you'll get all the information, and you can register for this 1-hour class on Get Acquainted with our church. And so you point them to something else. So everything is geared to engaging this watcher beyond just watching, to do something else, to click on something else, to join a class, something of that nature. So we're moving them away from just watching to participating, engaging them a little bit more. Always offer a phone number to call, an email to connect, a chat room to ask questions, a place to obtain resources. And so always, you're saying, if you'd like to know more about our church, click here. If you'd like to know more about our small groups, call this number. One of the questions that some pastors have is, while the sermon is going on, should I have the chat room open? And the answer is yes, absolutely. Why would you not want to have the chat room open? Because that engages people. So when you're preaching and people can type on there and ask a question, or they can give an amen or whatever, you need that chat room open. Some pastors feel, well, if the chat room's open, they're really not listening to me. Well, the issue isn't to get them listening to you. The issue is to engage them beyond listening. And you need somebody somewhere on a computer watching the chat room and responding to people immediately. So if somebody says, well, I've got a question about, how I could get more involved in community at the church. Somebody needs to see that on the chat and respond. Now, a larger church can pay for that to be done. They can hire staff to do that. Smaller church, you got to have volunteers, just like any other ministry in a small church. You got to have volunteers who will be sitting there and watching their computer and responding to the chats as it goes along. You need to point them to resources. We've been talking today about, how to communicate with your family. If some of you would like some more resources on that, give us your email and we'll email you some resources, or give us your address, we'll mail you some resources, or if you're really interested, we'll send you this book on how to have a godly family or something. Again, what you're trying to do is to engage them beyond just the observing. And so if you can get them to ask for resources, then that allows you another level of engagement. Invite them to a get acquainted experience, a small group, or a meet and greet with the pastor. That has to be online. Ask them to sign up to receive regular information about interesting events in the future. Number 7, gradually increase the online opportunities for engagement. Gradually increase the online opportunities for engagement. So point them to resources. So as you're preaching, you can say in your sermon, now if some of you would like to investigate this further, we have a YouTube video available, and if you go to YouTube and search my name or search this topic, you'll find this. Or if you'll look on your screen, there's a place where you can click for resources and search for, the YouTube that says family, and click on that. There's resources on there that you can watch on YouTube, or you can download lessons or articles or studies, things of that nature. We'll talk about this afternoon a little bit, but how do you get people to fill out the connection card? It's the same question we have face to face, right? We want our guests to fill out a connection card, so we've got an email or a phone number or an address. One of the ways to do this is when you're preaching. If you know you're going to be preaching on a particular topic, you might prepare ahead of time a couple of resources, a couple of articles, let's say. Now, when you're preaching, you can say, oh, and by the way, folks, if you'd like, I have 2 articles that would be really good on this topic. And if you would like for me to send those articles to you, be sure and fill out the connection card and just type on the connection card articles. And we will either email you those articles or we will mail them to you, snail mail. Now you can do that in person, but you do that online too. So you give them something that's worthwhile for filling out the connection card. Now, historically we've said we'll give you a gift, and that's okay. We'll give you a gift, we'll give you a Bible, we'll give you something, a mug. Most churches give a mug. I got so many mugs, I don't need another mug. And frankly, I don't need another Bible, but some people do, I understand. But offer them a resource that's connected to your sermon. Offer them a book, offer them 2 articles. One pastor I was with, he said, there's 5 great Bible passages that deal with this. The first one is this, and he quotes it. The second one is this, and he quotes it. Now, if you'd like the other 3 on the connection card, write down the word Proverbs, and I will email or send you the other 3. So I got 5, I'm going to give you 2. If you want the other 3, you got to fill out the connection card. You can do that online too, as you're giving your sermon. Those of you who are watching online, if you'd like to have the other 3 Proverbs, fill out that connection card. Go to the upper right corner of your screen, click on connection card, fill it out. In the little comment box, just type Proverbs, and I will email you the other 3 passages or the other 3 articles or resources, or I'll mail it to you. Now, a key thing here is you got to do that. Yeah, we'll talk more about that this afternoon. But again, you're trying to move them beyond just watching. So you offer them in-person gatherings, online small groups, a meet and greet with the pastor, or maybe an online community. Offer online special events around topics of interest. We're going to have an online a seminar, or what do they call those things when you do a seminar online? What's it called? A webinar. Right. There you go. We're going to have an online webinar that's going to deal with this topic. So you're preaching on a topic of interest. We're going to have a webinar coming up this Thursday. Sign up for it on the screen. Again, we're trying to move them from just watching to doing something, to clicking on something. And if you can get them to click on something, typically about 60% of those people will engage with you. Now, some people will click and then they won't show up. But if they click, if they check a box, if they fill out a card, you typically will gain about 60% of them coming back to you. Offer a get acquainted class. Point them to opportunities for further engagement. For every online small group, and you do need to offer online small groups, but for every small group, always offer at least one get-together in person. Now, this would be for people who are local, obviously, within a reasonable driving distance of your church. But if you have an online small group and you find that quite a few of those people are local, then it's always good to schedule one in-person event. And usually if you have an online small group, you've got someone in the church who's leading that. And as they're interacting with people, they're getting to know them. And online, they can just simply say, hey folks, man, it's so great to get to know you online, but wouldn't it be great to get together? I'm suggesting we all meet at the ice cream shop down at, would any of you like to do that? Well, maybe there's 8 people online and 3 people say, yeah, we'd like to do that. Okay, meet with those 3. Schedule a time, meet with those 3. You may not get them all, but you might get a few. If you can get them to meet online, you're moving, from watching to engagement to participation to maybe community. You're getting them there. Now, if they live too far away, you can't get them to the ice cream shop, of course. But you could say, let's all, next week's going to be our last small group. Let's have an ice cream party. Everybody get your favorite ice cream. When we meet next week, we're all going to eat ice cream together. That sort of thing. So you're trying to build, community. Again, whatever you do in person, do it online. Do it online. Monitor their time engagement like you would a person's attendance in person. So we all track our visitors, our guests. Hopefully you track your own members. Do people attend on a regular basis? We can talk more about that this afternoon if you want to, but most of our churches we track our people, and we know if they're attending or missing services and that sort of thing. So we need to keep records. We need to track the people online. Reach out one-on-one to those who engage over 30 minutes a week. So when we look at guests coming to the church, typically a first-time guest is what I call a suspect. We suspect they might be interested in our church, but we don't know. We suspect they might be interested in Jesus, but we don't know. We suspect they might be interested in the Bible, but we don't know. But when they come back a second time, when that first-time visitor or guest comes back a second time, they move from being a suspect to being a prospect. Because when a person comes back, they are saying to you, we found something here the first time we liked well enough to come back and re-engage. Now, how does that happen online? Well, people who keep engaging with you online would be one way to do that, but another way to do that is people who engage with you 30 minutes or more a week would be people who are seriously interested in your church. So they might engage with you for 15 minutes in your worship service. They might come to a small group for 45 minutes. Well, they've engaged over 30 minutes. Those people are important people. Now, if you have a person who is an online pastor or volunteering to be an online community engager type of person, what they could do is they could contact those people and say, hey, I'd like to talk to you one-on-one. So you have a one-on-one Zoom or a one-on-one phone call at least, or something like that. It'd be very similar to us in church. We see someone who comes quite a bit. We might say to them, hey, I'd like to get together and just get to know you better. It's my policy when a person's been attending for a while, I like to sit down with you and just get to know you. Well, that's what you're doing, but you're doing it online. Other ideas. What's working in your church and other churches that you've seen. So here's what we're going to do. This is just a teaser. I don't know everything. This is just some of the stuff that I'm picking up. Some of you are way more astute than I am with this online stuff. So here's what I want you to do. You're sitting around tables with other people. So turn to the people at your table and talk about this. What's your church doing with online? Does any of this stuff resonate? Are you doing anything like this? Does any of this make sense? Talk together, share together. We're going to take probably, say, 20 minutes or so, and then we'll come back together and let you kind of debrief back to the group of what some ideas and things that you're finding that are working or not working in your church, okay? So on your mark, get set, grow, turn to the people next to you and talk. All right? 5 seconds. Okay, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds, everybody got quiet. I'm gonna have to remember that. I'll just start with 30 seconds. 10 seconds. Okay, let's come back together and let's just debrief a little bit and see what our collective wisdom is, all right? What is our collective wisdom? So we got 10 minutes, so let's have at least 10 ideas or thoughts, okay? Who wants to start? If you don't volunteer, I'm gonna call on somebody, and it's probably gonna be you. Okay?
Well, I guess we were kinda talking that.
Okay.
We want the, when you view the online presence, and then you finally do come to church, you wanna make sure it's equal or better than that, and not less than that.
Okay, all right. Yeah, because in a sense, when we're online, we're making a promise, right?
Exactly.
We're making a promise, and if we up our game online, then we better be pretty much the same when they come, or better.
We're better.
Yeah, or they won't come back.
All right.
Yeah, that's right, absolutely. Good thought, absolutely. Yes?
One of the things I think that what we were talking about is that, this initial piece online, so forth, we understood that we were old and, we needed people who, could facilitate and implement these particular ideas. And so I think one of the salvations for our group was, we did not kill it, or we did not deter it, because of our limitations or understanding of the subject. We put it in the hands of people who could do it.
Okay, all right. So just being aware of our own limitations and empowering other people to use their gifts and their talents that God has given them. Absolutely, good. Glad you did. That's great. That's good. How about over on this side of the room? What are some thoughts? What did you talk about at your table?
We talked about doing possibly virtual counseling sessions.
Okay, all right. Have you, any of you done that? No? You done that? Okay, how's that work? Want to give us some tips or cautions or whatever?
Well, what I have found is, the pro is that you can work with schedules a little bit better.
Okay.
For instance, for me, with 2 small kids in the house, it's
Yeah.
easy for me to do something later on in the evening, online,
Right.
like that. So I think it helps work with people's schedules a little bit better. For connections, we did a premarital counseling, my wife and I, with, young people, one who was graduating from, Liberty on the East Coast and someone else from IU. And so we were in 3 different locations, and they were gonna get married after they graduated and finished, the semester. So it allowed for that as well.
Okay.
What I have found is that there's an element of being counseling in person where you get some of the nonverbals that are a little bit harder to pick up on through the
Online.
screen. Yeah, you can sense things a little bit better in
person.
And I've found that that's restricted through the screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Do you find that people are willing to open up online and share?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just, it's hard to read the nonverbal cues because you
Yeah.
can't tell their body language as well, and stuff like that.
I think people sometimes are even more willing to open up
Okay.
when it's behind the screen.
Okay.
I think they're a little bit more willing to say something out loud when it's not in the room. Because I
Okay.
think there's like an escape that if it goes bad, I can click out or something
The
like that. I don't know.
screen
I
offers
think there's
us
a little bit of
a
phenomenon
protection,
there.
maybe, exactly in front of the people.
It's
Yeah.
not the real, a real room or something like that.
Yeah.
I think some people, especially younger people, will be more open, more transparent through virtually than they would be in person.
Okay. So, those of you, anybody doing small groups online?
I mean, we are trying kind of small group, but we have English classes and through the church. And those are through Bible classes per se, one page. But we never thought that we were able to reach out people in South America, Central America, never before. Ecuador, Guatemala, Colombia, they are connecting from Mexico, they are connecting from Oklahoma. We have volunteers from Indiana, we have volunteers, I'm in Oklahoma City, so we have volunteers from Edmond, Oklahoma. So it's geographically, we never thought that we are going to be able to reach people for Christ, not even in our city, but in different states in the country and even other countries.
Right. Yeah. So what are you doing to engage those people beyond just observing? And
That has been one of the challenges, but right now we have at least into the local congregation, local church, which are just to engage and trying just to talk to them after the class is over.
Okay.
So we're trying to engage not only with the students, but also with the teachers, with
Okay.
the volunteers.
Okay.
10 minutes after the class is over.
Okay.
So we can talk and see what was going on and what was good, what didn't work out,
Okay.
and what we can do to improve
Okay.
every single time.
Okay. Great. That's good. All right. What else are we seeing, hearing? What's happening in your churches with online? How about this table over here? I saw you engaged in conversation. What were you talking about? Go for it.
I don't think we have anything to contribute as like a new idea, but we identified with the process and kind of what you said, COVID really revealed a deficiency, and
Okay.
so we were able to improve in many areas. And I think even the idea of having people out there trying beyond just saying welcome, glad you're here, but trying to engage them. You gave several ideas which were good. I would also add, we had a little bit of a discussion that the goal for online services, that there needs to be a clearly identified goal, because for some churches and some communities, the goal might be different than some churches and other communities. And so trying to figure out, if we have an online presence, actually, what is the purpose of the online presence?
Okay, all right, that's good, yeah. And I think depending on the size, resources of the churches and stuff like that, I'm not saying it's wrong to have just a camera and just show your service. I think you have to have that. I think that's a minimum. We have to be online. We have to be online. We'll talk about this later, but that online presence is the first connection with probably most people now. They're not going to visit you in person until they watch you online. If you don't have online, they're not coming. They're not coming. And particularly if they're under 40, they're not going to find you. They're not going to find you. So you've got to have that on, at least the minimum of your service online. Another thing that's been shared with me, and I didn't think about mentioning it, is that about 20% of the people skip the music. They don't watch the music online. It's I guess it depends on personality and stuff like that, but you know, it's easy to watch a speaker online. It's harder to worship online. You know, how do I stand in my house and lift my hands up when I'm the only one in the living room? But my daughter-in-law does it when we're with our kids and up in Seattle, and we watch online. You know, we'll all be sitting there, you know, like 3 or 4 kids and 4 adults, and she stands up and she praises, you know, and I feel awkward. Of course, I'm Baptist, you gotta understand. And, you know, for Baptists, you know, it's like.
I was curious about that comment, because when you said counting someone who watches 20 to 30 minutes,
Yeah.
it seems to me 20, 30 minutes would cover song time, announcements, offertory, and then the preacher comes on.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if people are, you know, watching the preliminary, the music, and then when the preacher comes on, if they're clicking off.
I don't know. I don't know. Anybody know? Anybody here read anything? What I've heard, and this came from Saddleback's online pastor, who is full-time, that 20% of the people skip the music, 80% of the people watch the music and the pastor. But 20% of the people don't watch the music online. Now, how they know that, how they track that, I'm not sure. That's a Saddleback, yeah.
The Saddleback pastor of online is a former student of ours at
Yes,
Talbot.
Jay Cranley, yeah.
Yeah. And he told me that, you know, it started off very modest, right? And they weren't even sure if they could afford to do it, you know, kind of thing. Of course, now they have several people that do it, and,
Yeah.
now, you understand, we all know it's Saddleback, we understand the scale of that, right? But just to give you an idea, you know, that online congregation, as you probably know this, is around 60,000 or more people.
Yeah.
You know, so, and that, of course, there's all kinds of, you know, that also brings in resources too, you know, to the church. I mean, it's like, you know, I was saying here that when you start building a wing on your church from money that people never visited your site, you know, you're starting to get serious now, you know, so.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying that people would, you know, you'd be surprised what God can do using that.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna put Freddie on the spot here because Freddie's been online and watching this for years. And I remember coming to your office when you were at Viola, and you've got your office all set up with production cameras and all this stuff, you know. You were the only guy on campus doing that, yeah. So based on that quick overview I gave this morning, what are you seeing? What are you hearing? You're in touch with pastors?
Well, this is brilliant. These are brilliant ideas. We're actually starting to talk through the idea of potentially doing, we just started technology MAMS here.
Okay.
Master of Arts Ministry Studies, brand new. One of the only ones in the nation that Dr. Lambert leads. And I've helped teach in it, but and we're actually considering the possibility of doing programming that has to do with potentially multi-site and you know, even potentially on the document. So we're working on some ideas, but I think these are brilliant, and I think that the thing we got to remember is, I think one of the big ones that could be missed. This is the one I'm most concerned about, pastors. I was saying here a minute ago. Sometimes because pastors' time is stressed, pastors usually think, look, I don't have time to be pouring into someone in Topeka. Like I got this to deal with here. I would just say that I get that, but through what's called geotagging, and the thing is, you've already indicated. As soon as someone heard geotagging, they're already, you know, checking out, right? You don't have to know anything, okay? You really don't, because it's been made so easy.
Yeah.
And if you don't know it, there are 3 people on your front row of your church that know how to do it, okay? So it's not an excuse, it really isn't. I was just saying, you can geotag. In other words, yes, you can do something, and if people share it with their neighbors and their aunt in another city, that's all great. But through geotagging, you can either through Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, anything, you can tell the system, I want to target the 5 zip codes in my county. And you can do that, or you can say, I want to do that with this demographic group. I mean, you can literally get down to, I want to target people who are, depending on what you want, teenagers. I want to target people with, you know, college education, whatever it is. I mean, literally, like, that have, you know, like a pet iguana. I mean, you know, it's almost that granular. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not sort of kidding, really.
Yeah.
But you can do that, and what I'm saying is, when you hear that, you're like, okay, but then, yeah, but the cost, I mean, come on. As I was saying, depending on how you do it, and I've done my share of this stuff, depending on what you're trying to do and what you know, how you're trying to do it, a geotag kind of setup like that, where you're trying to say, hey, you know, in 2 hours, we're gonna have this online service, or tomorrow we're gonna, to remind them and stuff. A geotag target will like that per contact, in other words, for the engagement you want, and you can tell them, we want them to click on this, we want them to come to this, we want, in other words, what behavior do you want? You can actually tell them, here's what I want their behavior to be, the call to action, okay? So you can tell them, I want it to be, I want them to click, I want them to register, I want them to give me their email, whatever it is you want them to do. And you can imagine, you can set up a process, right? Well, first we'll do this, and what's their next step? Then they do this, what's their next assimilation step? This one?
Yeah.
And as you do that, what people don't realize is that per engagement, sometimes it's as low as 5 cents, sometimes it's 22 cents. Now, certain things if you want, because of the threshold, like giving your email, I'm not giving everyone in my world my email, right? So maybe that's $1.25, you see what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, like I was saying here, if you can send a piece of mail that costs you a 58-cent first class stamp, you can geotag.
Yeah.
Only it's gonna be a lot more effective. So anyway, I would just give that as a piece of information.
Okay, that's great. Well, I think, come on up but I think this is also opening up a whole nother field of ministry, isn't it?
It is.
Uh,
And
that-
also for shut-ins and age, think of all the people that can do this, your grandmas that are Facebooking.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, your shut-ins, the people who are homebound, at least having your service projected is the minimum, and you'll engage with them. Wow, this is gonna be a whole nother field of ministry, that people can move into, use their gifts, their talents, their abilities. Some of our younger people going into ministry, this is gonna be a specialty field, just like Christian education or anything used to be. You're starting a program, so, is that available around?
Yeah, the Master of Arts in Ministry Studies, which Trent can say something about, but it's already, the technology specialization is just now already launched.
All right.
So
Why don't you
people
tell
can-
us a little bit about that and
people
then
can
tell us
start
about
maybe-
lunch?
Sure.
Yeah.
After lunch, I'll share a little bit about that tech concentration and some things that we are studying and researching here at Grace to help pastors with the digital platform. Do want to give you some announcements just briefly on how lunch is going to be served. Cerulean has already been here. I'm sure you can smell it. So what we're going to do is we also have D-Min students joining us for lunch. In fact, they're patiently waiting in the hallway because they're ready to eat. So they're going to be coming down. They're going to be joining us. So probably the best thing to do is we're going to go out this door right here. The plates are right outside the door. Then you can come right back in here if you want to. Or you can go down the hallway, go to one of the classrooms, or sit in the foyer with your meal. So we'll probably come back at this time, probably 5-10 after 1, and we'll reconvene. And we'll start with, I'll share just a little bit about that tech concentration that was mentioned. Let's pray, everybody. Jesus, I love you so much. Thank you for this time of iron sharpening iron. Lord, I thank you for these pastors and these ministry leaders. Lord, I pray for this time together. Let them be encouraged. Let them be invigorated. And let them be renewed. And so, Lord, we give you all the praise and glory that we have the opportunity to serve you in professional ministry. Lord, we ask you to bless the food and the fellowship in Jesus' name. Amen. can keep it. Congratulations to both of you. I want to have Gabe Tribbett come up. Gabe heads up our Deploy program. And so we want to make sure that you or people in your church have ample opportunities to continue their education for ministry. Gabe.
So I'll just take a minute here to share with you about our Deploy program. So I don't see that. A number of years ago, the seminary desired to see ways that we could better partner with churches. And so we launched the Deploy program. It is competency-based and allows men and women to do seminary in their context. So whether they're on staff or a layperson, they stay at your church, they stay involved in ministry. You continue to help shape them in their DNA as they take their seminary coursework. So I've got brochures in the back, but I'll just kind of show you a little bit here. So some of the main things that we stress in this program are building knowledge, building skills into our students, character development, and then them applying what they're learning. So are the graduates from our program truly competent? We want them to be able to take what they're learning and apply it in real-time ministry settings. And it's not so much about, them getting A's or B's in their classes, but really do they know how to take what they learned in seminary and apply it for ministry? And our courses are designed around a number of competencies. And so students would take these that have these different elements of knowledge, skills, character development, and then applying it in real-life settings. Our students in this program have mentors in the local church. So they have a ministry mentor that coaches them in leadership and skill development, a formation mentor that works with them with personal and spiritual development, and then they work with our faculty as far as like the academic content. So if you'd like to know more, I've got brochures in the back. My card is in the back. So I don't know how much will be available right after the seminar because I'm actually in Dr. McIntosh's class, but I'd love to connect with you if you want to know more, whether it's someone on your staff or if you're interested in doing seminary or if there's a lay person in your church. And if they don't have a bachelor's degree, still talk to us because there are some non-bachelor's pathways into seminary if that's a hurdle for them. So please grab one in the back. If we run out, make sure to catch me. I'll get you a copy. Thanks.
Just want to show you one more program real quick before we get going.
The Masters of Arts in Ministry Studies Online is a 36-hour ATS accredited online program designed to provide professional and practical training for those who are pursuing or already involved in church ministry. The program is built to work around your busy schedule, and this degree will prepare and equip ministry leaders with the necessary personal, professional, and theological training for your unique Christian calling within church ministry or human services. The Master's of Arts in Ministry Studies offers concentrations in Christian ministry, counseling, technology, and coming this fall, leadership and management. Contact us today. We'd love to work with you, help you further your ministry by a degree at Grace Seminary.
I had to show you our new video, man. But just real quick, I wanted to share with you, it's a really cool program. It's a Masters of Arts, 2-year, 36 credit hour program. And so if you or someone in your church is interested in getting a master's degree, as Gabe said, there are some pathways now to get a master's degree, even if you don't have a bachelor's. So there are some ways that can happen with ministry experience, some writing that we'll take a look at and evaluate. So I know I've got some friends who are pastors. They jumped right into the ministry, didn't necessarily pursue a master's degree. Now they're wishing they did. It's a great way to get a master's degree. And not only that, an ATS seminary accredited master's degree. The last thing is we do have a new concentration in technology. How many of you have gamers in your church or people who just love technology? This is a way to get those people involved in ministry. Hey, you know what? I want to do something in ministry, but maybe I'm not a full-time from the pulpit preacher. You know what? There's so many things in our churches that we need technology for to make things pop. So we're offering a concentration in our MA program that helps students use technology or pastors to utilize technology in their local churches, from praise and worship to behind the scenes organization to marketing to whatever you're going to use technology for. We will help that student do that. I teach in that program, so does Dr. Freddie Cardoza. and a lot of other qualified people across the country. So if you're interested, we got some brochures. Julia Peedy can help you with that. And by the way, let me introduce our Center for Thriving Leaders staff. Julia Peedy is the admin office assistant. So if you talk to anyone here, it's going to be her. And she just, without her, this wouldn't have taken place today. So she did a lot of the organization. And also, Christian Cardoza over here, he's our media digital specialist. So he does all the online piece. This is all online right now. So we're live streaming and ministering to churches in various areas right now. So Christian makes everything look good. He does these videos for us. And so you'll be seeing a lot more from Christian Cardoza. So again, welcome. Please enjoy your afternoon, and love to connect with all of you. Dr. McIntosh.
I tell you, that had to be the best lunch I have ever had at a seminar like this. Wow. Usually they bring in a box lunch from Chick-fil-A or, Subway or something like that. And it's not that it's not good, it's just that, it's a stale cookie and a sandwich, and this was fabulous. That chicken was so good. I only took a little bit because I have to keep talking, and I don't want to overeat. But after I ate it, I thought, man, I should have taken the whole plateful of that stuff. That was good. That was delicious. Well, thanks to everybody for your hospitality. It's been good to get to know some of you a little bit during the break and talk a little bit more. And by the way, Gabe, we won't start for 30 minutes after we're done. So feel free to engage with people if you want to. That'd be super, all right? So let's go to session 2. There's so much we could talk about welcoming people to church, but I just kind of had to pick and choose a little bit. But from a practical perspective, we need to build a system of welcoming people, and then we need to work that system. And I talk about this in my book, Beyond the First Visit, but I've added some things to it which we'll put on here. In fact, I just noticed that on this it says 10 moments of truth. There's actually 15 there. I didn't say I was a mathematician. That's what happens when you cut and paste. You probably experienced that. You cut and you paste, and later on you look at it and say, well, what happened here? So it's going to be, 15 moments of truth. So the principle here is that the greeting is not the welcome, but the welcome is the process. The greeting of people at church is not the welcome. But it's the welcome is the entire process. And the process starts with the first moment of truth. A moment of truth is when people engage with our church. And it's a moment of truth because you have that moment to create a connection, and you may not have that moment again. And so we need to make the best of it. So in today's world, the first moment of truth, engaging the online worship service. Somewhere's upwards of 80% of people now who attend your actual church will say that they first engaged your church online. And it's usually that online worship service. And that's why I said, if you don't have an online service, you're really pretty much invisible to people anymore. You've got to have that online service, even if it's just the minimalist camera on the worship service and no engagement beyond that. At least you've got to have that, because that's what people are going to find. Almost everybody now, when they're looking for a church, they go online and they search for the church online. They watch you before they come. So when they come to the service, actually drive their car up and get out and come in, that is not their first engagement with the church. They've engaged with the church typically in the online worship service. So the best we can make that online service, and the better we can engage them to draw them towards community and participation in the church, the better. Now, Moment of truth number 2 is observing our website or Facebook. Now, Facebook is primarily enjoyed by people over 40 years old. It's not really used much by people under 40 anymore. But Facebook and your website is literally your brochure. So here's the brochure for the Center for Thriving Churches. You know, there's a nice picture there, a little information about the center. If you open it up, what we offer, you know, a few pictures about our team. And that's what Facebook and the website are. They are basically your online brochure. And so that's that second digital space where we basically have the brochure online. People can click there, who's our staff, what's our vision, what's our purpose statement, what's our theology statement, what you know, what are our hours of operation, that sort of thing. And so it's a very stale, very staid, I guess you would say, type of thing, like this. You know, once we print this, it's done. You know, there's no movement of this. And that's basically what the website is and what Facebook is. It's a place to impart information to people. You need that. You need a website. It needs to work. It needs to be up to date in terms of font types and colors and the look. My suggestion is you get somebody maybe 12 years old or younger to develop it for you in your church. No, not seriously, but yeah, seriously. No, you get somebody, you know, who's younger to do that. I have a website for my ministry, and I hired a young man from Biola University who was under 30. And he says, what do you want me to do for you? I said, I want you to bring me into the 21st century. You know? And he looked at it and he said, yeah, he says, it does look a little old. You know? Well, I had only developed it like 5 years before. But, you know, he went in, he changed the fonts, he changed the colors, he did, you know, I don't know what he did. Looked better, though. You know? Looked better. And now that's been about 5 years ago. I probably need to hire him again, or maybe not him. He's too old now. He's probably 35 or 40. I need to hire somebody younger. But in most of our churches, we need to get younger people to look at that site and work on it and make it you know, more attractive to a younger generation. Same with Facebook. Facebook, think of it as your brochure of the church. You need to give information. Now, along with that, mot number 3 is viewing our Instagram page. You need an Instagram page. Instagram is most popular with people under 40 years old. So Facebook is over 40, Instagram's under 40. So my grandchildren who are in their young 20s, they're on Instagram. They're not on Facebook, they're on Instagram. Now, from a church perspective, you need both. The website and the Facebook page is your brochure. What the Instagram is, that is a peek into the community of your church. So when people go to Instagram, what they need to see there is a peek into the church, pictures of the church family in community, videos of the church working together, testimonials of people who, you know, have participated in your children's ministry or your worship service, and they're basically, you know, sharing what they discovered and what they found and how the church was helpful to them. So you've got, on the one hand, this website Facebook page, which is the kind of staid, solid brochure giving the basic information. But if you want to look at our church, go to Instagram. and look inside our church and see what we're like in the church. Now, we need both of those. We need both of those. Not because one reaches an older audience and one a younger one, although that's part of it, but because one is your brochure and one is the community. And so you develop them that way. You know, you focus on, and again, I would say this is a peek into our community. Instagram should be showing people what our community is like. So I can go to the website, and I can go to Facebook, and I can get the basic information, and then I can go to Instagram, and I can really see what the church is like. I can experience the community. I can hear the testimonies of people. Mot number 4 is receiving an invitation to church. What I'm thinking there is a invitation to participate in the worship service at your church building. But really it's the invitation today is a twofold invitation. The first invitation should be from your people to their friends, an invitation to lunch, an invitation to coffee. So to get people to come from actually non-church participation to directly to the church is very difficult. But there needs to be an intermediary kind of invitation. Hey, how would you like to have coffee? Hey, how would you like to go to lunch? Hey, how would you like to come over to my house? So the invitation is a relational invitation, but then that should lead to an invitation to participation in the church. Mot number 5 is driving by the church property. So eventually when people attend the church, they are going to drive to the church. And when they come to the church, there's going to be what we call curb appeal or curb disappeal. You know, they drive up. What does your building say about your church? What does the parking lot say? What does the grass and the flowers and, you know, what does the signage say? And a lot of you have dealt with some of this stuff in your churches before. But what does our building, our facility communicate to the people who are coming up? Does it say we're open? Does it say we're proud of our facility and our buildings? You know, what is it actually communicating? I remember a number of years ago, I was part of a Christian high school board, and we were needing to move and relocate, and we were looking for a facility, and there was a church in town, pretty large church, that I was driving by it, and it actually had a chain link fence about 6 foot high all the way around the church building and was locked. The chain was locked, and I think it was a Tuesday I went by. And so I made the assumption, just by the drive-by, that this church was closed. And there was some information there with phone numbers and stuff, so I went home and as a board member I called this church, and this lady answered, and I didn't take the time to just kind of ask some questions. I just blurted out. You know, I said, hey, this is Gary McIntosh. I'm a member of this Christian high school board. I was driving by your church today and I noticed that it's closed, and I was just wondering if it might be available for lease or purchase. And silence on the other end, you know, just this silence. And finally she says, well, I'll have you know our church is not closed. We're open every Sunday. You know? Well, I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry. I guess I made the wrong assumption. Well, that's the way it looked. You know, it looked like it was closed. And what made me really think it was closed, other than the fence and the locked gate, their parking lot had weeds growing up out of the cracked blacktop, and the weeds were about 2 foot tall. And my assumption in my mind was, nobody's parking there, because if people are parking there, at least the weeds are squashed down, you know, from the cars driving on it. And I thought, wow, I wonder how many people might have wanted to go to that church and made the same assumption I did, that church was closed. I mean, it makes a difference what it looks like, that's for sure. So that's a moment of truth. People drive by, they look at our property. what does it say about our church? Are we prepared for guests? Are we looking for guests? Are we appropriately proud of our facility? Mot number 6 is walking to the door of the church building. Now, this involves the parking because some research has found that the most frightening moment of a true non-church person is when they have to get out of their car and walk up to the church building. It's a frightening moment. I actually had a man tell me in a seminar one time, he came up and he said, Gary, I got to tell you my story. And I said, okay. He said, he went on to say he had been in church as a child and all the way through 18 years old. But when he graduated from high school, his parents basically said, okay, we've done our duty. If you want to go to church, fine. If you don't, it's up to you. You're an adult. He chose not to go. And he had not gone to church for basically 30 years, since he was 18. Something happened in his life, he decided maybe I should go back to church. So at age 48, he decided to go to church. And he said that he got in his car and drove to the church building, drove in the parking lot, parked, turned the key off, and he says, I froze. He says, I just sat there in the car. And I said, the whole service? He said, yeah. He said, I sat there in the car, I couldn't get out of the car. And he said, I sat there till I saw people coming out of the building and I knew that probably the service was over. And he says, I reached down, started my car and drove out. He said, I sat there in the parking lot the whole service. He said, I just froze. Well, there is some research that says that is the most fearful time. A person gets the idea they're going to go to church, they get up the courage to go, and then they get there. Okay, now, you got to get out of the car and you got to walk in that building. And what's going to happen? What am I going to find? Am I going to walk in there and regret the fact that I did this? Or am I going to receive a warm welcome? Or what's happening in there? And part of this has to do with the way buildings are created. A lot of church buildings, you really can't see from the parking lot inside the building. So if you notice the way they build shopping centers now, usually it's clear plate glass. And one of the reasons they do that is when you're going shopping, let's say you're walking up to the building, you can actually see inside. And you see people moving around, looking at clothes, interacting. That lowers the threat level because I know what's in there. Well, in many churches, when you're walking up, it's solid and you cannot see in the building and you don't know what's going on in there and you can't see that people are friendly or shaking hands or laughing or kids running around or anything. Now, more modern churches are putting plate glass in the front of their churches so that when people walk up they can see in the building. Well, what that does is it lowers the threat level. But for a lot of people that is a threat. So this is where, parking attendants, helping people park their cars, that's more than just parking cars. What those people really are doing is helping to lower the threat level of the true unchurched guest. Now, if you and I go, we kind of have a perception of what's going to happen when we get in there because, we're church people. But the true unchurched person driving up there, they don't know what's happening in there. So, the parking attendants, the parking team, their job is more than just saying, hey, here's an empty space. And what we have to do is to teach them or coach them, hey, your smile is important. You're seeing people park and you see a family get out and you need to talk to them. Hi, folks, how are you doing? Good to see you here today. Welcome to First Church. Oh, by the way, I see you got a little one there. There'll be somebody right inside to help you find the nursery. We got a special place for them. We're glad to have you here. There has to be this banter, this welcome, even in the parking lot. Because what that does is it lowers the threat level of those people before they get into the door. The next one, number 8, is when they meet people. And of course, the first people they often meet are the parking people. But when they walk up to the church and get up there and starting to get into the door, the people that they meet, we call them greeters, right, or welcomers, or I don't know what the term would be in your particular church, but you've got people, hopefully, who are there ready to greet them. The best experience I ever had, well, I had really 2 really good experiences, but I'll tell you one. I went to a large church in California, African American church in LA. And as we were driving in, the man waved at us and smiled, and he asked us to roll our window down, and he says, "Are you folks new here?" We said, "Yes, we are." He says, "We got a special parking place for you." He said, "Please park right over here." So we drove in, we parked, and we got out of the car, and we literally probably hadn't taken 4 or 5 steps. And this lady says, "Hi, folks, how are you doing? Are you new here today?" And we said, "Sure, we're new." And she said, "Well, do you mind if I walk up to the church building with you?" And we said, "No." Now, she knew we were new because we parked where the new people parked. I mean, they had a plan. But she was very friendly. She was very warm. "Hi, folks. I mean, do you mind," she says, "if I walk up to the door with you?" And we said, "No." So she walks us up there all the way up. She's talking to us. "What's your name? What's your name?" And she remembered our names. That was part of her job as a church. I mean, she didn't know who we were. Of course, I'm analyzing the whole thing as we're going through there, probably like you would. And she walks us up, and she actually walks us in the door. And we get into the door, and there's a table like these sitting there. And there was a lady sitting at the table. She walks us up to the table. And when we get to the table, she introduced us by name to this lady. And I don't remember the lady's name, but let's just say her name was Lucy. She says, "Lucy, this is Fred and Wilma. And they're new to our church. Would you take good care of them?" And the lady says, "I'll certainly do that." And then she turned to us and she says, "Gary and Carol, it's been great to know you today, and to meet you. I hope to see you later." Well, she left. I'm assuming she went back out in the parking lot. I don't know. I didn't follow her. But we turned back, and this lady says, "On behalf of the pastor," and she named the pastor. She says, "I want to welcome you," and she gave the name of the church. And she says, Carol, and she picks up a brochure about the women's ministry. She says, "Carol, we have a great women's ministry here, and we have a Bible study on this day and this, and I'd like to invite you to come." And she hands my wife this brochure. She reaches over here. She says, "Gary, we got this thing going for men. I'd like to invite you to come." And so already we've had our name used twice. We've been welcomed twice, or 3 times, because we had the parking guy, we had this lady who walked us up, and we had the lady at the table welcome us 3 times to that church. And now we got invitations to some ministries. While we were standing and talking to her, all of a sudden, this man appears at the side of us. I mean, I don't know where he came from. He just walked up. And all of a sudden, when we were kind of done, the lady at the table, let's say she was Mary, she said, "Well, Gary and Carol, Ricky's here, and Ricky's going to take you to your seat." And Ricky, this is Gary and Carol, and they're first time, so she introduces us by name again. And this man says, "Follow me." He takes us in, puts us in a seat in the auditorium. And then he eventually left. And but I tell you, our name had been used 3 or 4 times. We've been welcomed 2 or 3 times, 4 times, treated royally, in that church. Wow, I hate to say this, but my own church that I went to at that time, I don't go to it now. You walk in, there's nobody that greets you, no one to park you, no one to greet you. You walk up and they have a table like one of these, and it literally has a cup with some pins in it that has the name of our church in it, and it has some brochures laying there, and nobody there to greet you. Nobody there. And it drives me nuts when I go to that church. I haven't gone now for 5 years. But all of the help that's out there of how to welcome guests and stuff, they must not have read the books. You know, they must not have gone to the seminars. But I told my wife, I said, if we were really, I know what that table is. You know, that's a pin for the guests and a brochure. But if you were a non-church person, you would not know what that is. You would not know what that is. What? That's interesting. I wonder if I can take a pen. You know, there's nobody there to say hello, to greet you, nothing, you know. And in the churches I go to, I say nothing, you know, because unrequested advice is criticism, right? And so I know the pastor well, and I said, look, if you got some questions, ask. I said, if you don't ask, I'm not saying nothing. You know, I'm here to support you, and I don't want to be a problem in a church. But they don't ask. They don't ask. It's really, really interesting, you know, how that works. But the contrast between this one church we visited and this church, I mean, it's just crazy, you know. I got to tell you one more story. So, years ago when my wife and I had our children, and they were 5 and a baby. We had a 5-year-old and a baby who was about 8 months old. We went to a church. This is in Portland, Oregon. And we walked in the church, and they recognized right away we had little children. And so they came up and said, would you like to put your children in the care or the nursery? And we said, sure, that'd be fine. And instead of saying it's that way and down the hallway and stuff, the lady says, let me take you there. Sounds a lot like sometimes when you go to a store and you ask, you know, where's the light bulbs? And the person drops everything and walks you to the light bulbs. I don't know about you, but often I say, no, you don't have to walk me. Just tell me where it's at. No, we'll walk you there. That's because they've been instructed to do that, of course. Well, that's what happened. I walked in, and they walked us, this lady walked us to the nursery. All the way along, she's talking to us. She's getting our names. Walks up to the nursery, introduces us by name. This is Gary and Carol, and they've got a little 8-month-old baby they'd like to put in the nursery. And then the lady greets us, and you know, she calms us down. You know, we're going to take good care of your child, and all this. And here's our wellness policy. And you know, I don't remember everything she said. It's been too many years ago now. But the lady who walked us down there just stood there. And then she walked us over to the kindergarten department, and we put our 5-year-old in there. And then she said to us, do you have anybody to sit with in the auditorium? And we said, no, you know, this is our first time here. She says, well, I'd like to invite you to sit with me and my husband. So she walked us in the auditorium. We sat with them. And then afterwards, you know, they helped us go back and pick up our child, both children, and walked us to the door and thanked us for coming and invited us back as we went outside. I mean, just amazing, you know. Now, for most of our churches, we haven't thought it through that closely. We haven't trained our people to do this, but this is the sort of thing we need to be thinking about and working on. You know, how do we meet people? It's more than just a handshake, here's a bulletin. You know, how do we engage these people? How do we get their name? How do we show love to them? How do we look for their needs? You know, what needs do they have if we can perceive that? And then how can we respond to that need? Sometimes you can see it, sometimes you can't. So this bleeds into Mott number 9, experiencing the ministry and the care of the church. When people engage your church, they're experiencing the various ministry programs. and the care ministry of the church. And I like to say when we extend our hand in welcome to people, we're extending the hand of God to them in care. That's what we're doing. Mott number 10, I already talked about 9 a little bit, is entering the auditorium or the worship center or the sanctuary, whatever name you want to call that. You know, what happens when they walk into that room? You know, what kind of sounds are there? What kind of literally smells are there? You know, is there music playing in the background? Are they walking into a total silent auditorium? And by the way, they should never walk into a silent auditorium. There should be background music, either your band playing or your pianist and organist playing, or at least a CD playing in the background or something like that. We jokingly refer to it as elevator music. You know, you get on an elevator, there's music playing. Businesses have learned that having background music calms people down, and it helps them stay longer. If it's total silence, it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. And yet a lot of churches, when people walk into the auditorium, it's just absolute silence. Your band needs to be there, or some music needs to be playing 15, 20 minutes before the worship service. You never know when people are going to walk in there. You can't start 2 minutes before the service or 5 minutes before the service. You got to have it earlier. Got to have it playing. You can have it soft, but you know, some music being played there. You know, what happens, you know, participating in the service. That's Mott number 11. What happens in participating in the service? There ought to be a welcome to people. It needs to be done well. You need to do the welcome, and you need to ask them to fill out some sort of a connection card every Sunday without fail. It has to be done well. It has to be done seriously. It has to be done professionally. You may have gotten sick and tired of the welcome to your guests, but remember, that's the first time they've ever heard it. That's the first time they've ever heard it. A side story here, but it's illustrative. I taught at Talbot for 35 years. Twice a year I taught the course on how to do weddings, funerals, baptisms, all that. May I say, I got so tired of that. You know, after 35 years, twice a year, of teaching how to do a wedding and a funeral, oh Lord, please save me. Do I have to teach this class on how to do a wedding again? You know, I am so tired of this. But it's like an athlete. You know, if you're a professional athlete and you're playing 80 games a season, you know, there's some days you're tired, some days you're not, but if you're a professional, you pull it together and you go out there and you play your game. And that's kind of what happens, you know, when you're teaching a class twice a year for 35 years. You know, you're in the office thinking, oh, do I have to go teach about funerals again? But that's the student's very first class, or their very first time in that class. They've never heard it before. So what do you have to do? You have to be professional. You have to suck it up. You have to walk in there and say, boy, it's going to be a great day today as we talk about how to do weddings. Inside's like, oh, please, save me. Same thing when you're giving that welcome to people at church and asking them to fill out that connection card. You've done it week after week after week after week. If you've got multiple services, you've done it 2 times a week, 3 times a week, week after week after week after week. You still got to get up there every Sunday and you act like it's the first time you've ever done it in your life. And you're excited. And the more seriously you take that invitation to fill out that connection card, the more seriously the guests will take it. If you're not serious, if you just kind of fluff it off as you're going through it, they'll fluff it off. But if you don't have them fill out that connection card, you're not going to get the information to further engage them. How would you, you don't have their email, you don't have their phone number, you don't have their address or anything like that. So here's some tips on how to get them to fill it out. Now, we've all tried this one. You offer them a gift, right? You say, if you fill this out and you take it to the back to the table or the welcome booth or something like that, we have a gift for you. Not a bad idea. If it works for you, that's a way to do it. Here's another way to do it. In your sermon. So you have the person get up and give the welcome to guests and say, here's the connection card. You've got one of these in your bulletin or program. Take it out and please fill that out for us. That's fine. You do that. Now, when you're preaching, pastor, help them. So as you're preaching, let's say that I'm preaching a sermon, on understanding the family or something of that nature. As I mentioned this morning, pre-select, say, a couple of articles that are short and helpful on the family. As you're preaching, maybe you're on point number 2 of your sermon. You say, oh, by the way, folks, I want you to know I've got a couple of articles that are really helpful on understanding your teenagers or dealing with a strong-willed child or whatever, it needs to fit your sermon. Remember that connection card that we talked about earlier in the service? If you'd fill that out and just down at the bottom write articles, we'll be sure to either email or mail those to. If you give us your address, we'll mail them to you. If you give us the email, we'll email to them. And so you've got the welcomer up front saying, "Welcome to First Church, and please fill out the welcome card." But then in the sermon, you say, "Oh, by the way, I've got a couple of resources I want to give you. If you're here, just fill out that connection card and put articles, and I'll mail them to you." That does wonders to get people to fill out the card. Because if your sermon has intrigued them, and then you're offering a further article or a booklet or some resource, people want that. They want that. And what we're doing is we're engaging them. We're offering them something beyond the sermon. Here's another way, we would think about it, here's another way to engage. You wouldn't want to say that, but here's another way to engage. Here's a way to prolong our connection at another level, or something of that nature. And so this is where you can say, we've got a gift or something we could give to you. You can say it again. And it really helps to get people. But I found if you have a resource you can give them that relates to the sermon, a lot of people want that resource. But they can't get it unless they fill out the card and write resource on the card and give you their email at least, and their address, because that's the only way you can get it to them. And so it helps them if they really want that resource to fill it out. Number 12 is exiting the building. What happens after the worship service and as they leave? And there's really what happens after the service to some extent is more important than what happens before the service. Most of our churches, we do a really good job of trying to connect with guests before the worship service. We have the greeters, we have the parking attendants, we give them a welcome at the worship service, but at the end of the service, we just let them get up and go. And really, that's when they have time to talk. That's when they have time to engage. Let me give you a couple ideas of what I've seen done. I was in a Lutheran church one time, and this pastor was ingenious. He sent a letter to all of his normal church people in the church, his regular attenders. And he sent it to 1/4 of the congregation. And the letter went something like this. Hi, Ricky and Lucy. This is Pastor so-and-so, and I just really need your help. You've probably noticed that we've been having a lot of guests come to our church, and the truth is, I haven't been able to get around and to welcome all of them and greet them, so I'd really like your help. Here's what I need you to do. Would you, on my behalf, the first Sunday of every month, would you just look around wherever you're seated in the auditorium? And if you see somebody you don't know, would you just go up to them and say, "Hi, I'm Ricky and Lucy. I don't believe we've met, and I'd like to welcome you to our church on behalf of the pastor." Well, then the next week he sent a letter out to another 1/4 of the people. And he said, "Hi, Fred and Ethel, I need your help. Would you, on the second Sunday of the month, of every month, wherever you sit in the auditorium, would you look around? And if there's somebody you don't know, would you just go up and greet them and welcome them to the church on my behalf?" You know where this is going. He sent out a third letter to another 1/4 of the congregation. "Hey, I need your help. Would you, wherever you're seated in the auditorium, on the third Sunday of the month, would you look around and see if there's anybody you don't know and welcome on my behalf?" Then he sent out a 4th letter to the 4th group. That was the 4th Sunday. Now, after he had done that, he then reminded them every month. So for people who had emails, they got an email reminder before Sunday. "Hey, don't forget, this is your Sunday to look around, and if you see somebody you don't know, welcome them." If they didn't have an email, they sent a little postcard reminder to them in the mail. They did that the whole year for 12 months. They send out the reminders every single month. If you don't remind people, they forget. It was 8 months in. It was October, I believe. Somewhere around September or October. He said that a lady in the church walked up to him and she was laughing. One of his regular members. And he said to her, what's up? What's so funny? And she says, "Well, Pastor, you'll never guess what happened today." And he said, "No, well, I guess not. What happened?" She said, "I greeted somebody today and it wasn't even my Sunday." It wasn't even my Sunday. And the pastor told me that he said, "That's great and that's okay. You know, if you just keep doing that." And he said later on he walked back in his office, closed the door and went, "Yeah!" Because that's what he was doing. He was trying to create a culture where the people were paying attention after the worship service to the guests in the church. But he didn't get mad at them. He didn't put them down. You know, he provided a process to help them think about the guests. And after about 8 months, they were starting to think about guests even on the Sundays that weren't their Sundays. Now, something like that only works for a year. You can't do that for 5 years. But you can do it once and maybe help sensitize your people to looking for the guests after the service. Now, if, let's say after a year, if only 40% of the people keep doing it, or 25%, hey, it's better than it was. You can't expect 100% of the people to keep doing it. They probably won't. Because he did not keep sending out email reminders. He did not send out the postcards after a year. But the year helped some people begin to practice it on a regular basis. And that was valuable. So we have to think through, some creative ways to do this. Mott number 13 is contacting guests after they leave the service. What I suggest is you want to have a process. Well, let me back up. if you have a significant number of guests on a regular basis, you want to think through 4 different ways to connect with people. So a first-time guest, a second-time guest, a third-time guest, and a fourth-time guest. If you're a smaller church and you just don't have that many guests, then I suggest 2 possible connection points. But if you can, do 4. So if a guest comes the first time, and the first time they come is when they fill out the connection card. Now, if they come for 6 weeks and haven't filled out the connection card, and then they finally decide to fill it out, when they fill it out, that's a first-time guest. That's the first time they're revealing themselves as a guest. So this is true online or in person. So you count that person as a first-time guest. You need to have somebody who puts that name down in a database, a spreadsheet, and indicates this is the first Sunday that they came. And then what you do is you send them, if you have email, you send them an email letter. Those can be pre-generated ahead of time or pre-written. You get an email out there, thank you for visiting, and please come back. But if you have a mailing address, what you do is you hand sign either a short letter or a card and mail it to them. And I tell you, this works. How often do we get handwritten notes or letters anymore? We get lots of emails, but rarely anymore do we get a card in the mail or a letter in the mail. And that makes them all extra special, actually. So what you do is if you have their names and addresses, there's 2 approaches to this. You can have a letter pre-generated in a computer, and it can be just maybe 3 or 4 lines long. Hi, Ricky and Lucy. It was so great to have you visit us last week. Thanks for filling out our connection card. We trust that your experience at First Church was a good one, and I want to invite you to come back next week. I'll be speaking on this subject or whatever. Leave a little space and handwrite just a couple of lines on there. And it can just be really short. Next week, please stop by the welcome table and shake my hand, or something like that. Now, it doesn't always have to be the pastor. It can be somebody else that can sign that. Or you can have just a card, and this can be anybody in the church who just fills out the card and says, Ricky, Lucy, and we really enjoyed having with you last week. We hope that you found it an enriching experience. Please join us next week. There's something about receiving a handwritten note or card that really is extra special because people just don't receive those sorts of things anymore. So I would do both if you could. You do an email and a card, and you wait until they come back again. And when they come back again, then you have someone give them a phone call if you have their phone number. You pick somebody in the church with a good phone voice, and they call, and they basically thank them for attending. But then they take that opportunity to maybe find out a little more about the people. If you have the right people making these phone calls, they make judgments on the phone call. Should I keep asking questions? Should I not? When should I maybe back off? But they can ask questions. Tell me a little bit about your family, or how'd you first hear about us as a church, or something of that nature, and kind of learn a little bit more. And if they learn, like maybe if they have children, then you might put some information about your children's program in the mail and mail it to them, or email it to them, or something like that. You have to really play it by ear, what you pick up on the phone call. But essentially, you're calling so there's a personal voice, and welcoming them again, and inviting them personally to come back. Now, some churches will also send out some sort of a survey to them and ask them to fill out a survey. And the survey is usually pretty short. How did you hear about our church? What was your experience like when you came here? Do you have a prayer request we could pray for you? You keep it real short. Sometimes people will fill those out. It can be an online email survey, like with the Survey Monkey type of thing. You can do those for free if you use less than 10 questions on Survey Monkey and send them out. And Survey Monkey will collect those and actually score them and collect a database for you. So over time you can see what people are saying about your church. But you could do that either the first visit or the second visit. Now, let me back up for a minute. The most important visit is the second one, not the first one. The first-time visitors are suspects. Second-time visitors are prospects. You don't come back a second time unless you found something there the first time that registered with you. People don't have to come in America. We have cars. We have the freedom to go where we want. We don't have to attend church. They may come the first time, but when they come back the second time, they are saying to you, we really found something here we liked enough that we're coming back a second time. So that's why you do the phone call on the second visit, not the first visit, because it takes a little more effort to do the phone calls. Less effort to do an email or send out just a letter or a card. And you don't want to invest that energy there because you don't know if those people are serious. But when they come back a second time, they're serious. And so you take the time to give them the phone call and try and talk to them in person. Now, it doesn't have to be the pastor doing that. And sometimes it's better the pastor doesn't do that. I found a lot of times the best people to do phone calls are ladies. Ladies are less threatening on the phone. They have a different voice, usually a little lighter voice than some men do, and it's less threatening to people. So you got to find the right people, and I suggest you recruit people to do phone calls by calling them. So you see what they sound like on the phone. Not in person, but call them on the phone and talk to them for a little bit and see, is this sound, this is a good phone voice? Is this a gentle voice, or a voice that would tend to be calm and encourage people to maybe talk more? Now, you wait. They come back a third time. And you're asking them to fill out the connection card. And it's good on the connection card to have a little box that says first time guest, second time guest, third time guest, regular attender. And they check that box. And you collect those, and somebody has to put that in a database and know that's the second visit or the third visit. People who have been with you 3 times, and I'm thinking of a bigger church now, has a lot of guests. Invite them with a special invitation to a pastor's dessert at the church. Or if you're online, invite them to a special online gathering with the pastor, the lead pastor, and make it special. It's you know, we've noticed that you've been to our church 3 or more times, and our pastor really likes to gather with people who have been to the church multiple times, and so we want to give you this special invitation to come. If you mail out an invitation, spend the money, make some invitations that look nice, that look special, almost like a wedding invitation or something like that. Maybe not that fancy, but it has to look nice. And it has to make people feel like this is a special invitation. It only goes to people who have been to our church at least 3 or more times. And the same on that line. You know, you have to tell them this is a special thing. This is not for everybody. This is just for people who have, you know, consistently been with us over time. And we're meeting with the pastor. If you have a face-to-face meeting, you can have it at a home. You can have it at the church building. If it's at the church building, you want to make it nice. You want to get some ladies to come in and decorate, maybe tablecloths on the tables, maybe real china, real glasses, real cups, you know, get rid of the styrofoam, all that kind of stuff. Nice dessert, maybe a couple nice desserts, coffee, tea, water. You make it nice. And people come in, and the pastor's there to greet them. And normally you're going to have maybe 10 people, maybe 20 maximum, even in a big church for something like this. Because in a big church, you might do this every year, every month, if you have enough visitors. And so you might block out every third Thursday or something as pastor's dessert. In a big church, it doesn't always have to be the lead pastor. It can be one of the associate pastors. You can take turns doing it. Small church, it has to be usually the lead pastor. But what the pastor does, the pastor stands up and says, folks, it's so good to meet you. I've been told that all of you have attended our church 3 or more times. And so I thought it would be good for us to get together and just have a face-to-face talk. And let me just tell you a little bit about myself and a little bit about the church. And you don't get into deep theology. Talk a little bit about your vision, the direction. Tell them a little bit about yourself, your family, that sort of thing. And then you say, now I'd like to hear from you. So let's just go around the table and tell me a little bit about who you are, where do you work, your family, are you retired? How did you hear about our church? I'd really like to know how you heard about our church or how you got here. Keep it light. So you're talking about, you know, dessert, maybe 30 minutes. You're talking about the pastor, maybe talking 20, 30 minutes at the most. And then, you know, hearing from the people for about maybe 20 or 30 minutes, depending on how many people are there. At that point, what really works, if you're prepared for this, I, as a pastor, want to give you a special invitation to come to our Get Acquainted class. Get acquainted with First Presbyterian. Get acquainted with Second Nazarene. You know, get acquainted with Grace. You know, whatever your church is. If that class can start next week, perfect. Now, sometimes it can't, but you have to work this out. But if you can say to them, it's been so good to get to know you a little bit tonight, and I'm sure some of you would like to know a little more about our church. And we have a class just for that. And it's actually starting next Sunday. And I'd like to personally invite you to come and be my guest at that class. I'll tell you, a personal invitation from the pastor does wonders at some meeting like that. A lot of those people will come to that. And don't make it a membership class. Don't make it a ministry class. Don't make it a, you know, something of that nature. It's a get acquainted. You're going to get more acquainted with our church. And at that class, it could be one class, 50 minutes or an hour and a half, or some churches can make 4 classes, 4 weeks in a row work. You kind of have to play with that depending on your context and what people in your community are willing to do. I'll tell you, that'll work wonders for them. It'll get a lot of those people to come. And that's a key point, if you can get them there. Anyway, think about that. When they come back a 4th time, and they check that box, regular attender, they are really serious. Nobody comes back to a church 4 times if they're not serious. At that point, it's a time to invite them to that Get Acquainted class or discover your spiritual gift class or something. You've got to have something there to take them to. So you got to think through the process. What's the next step? Okay. They came once, they came twice, they came 3 times, they came 4 times. Same thing online. They came to our Get Acquainted class online, or something like that. Okay, what's the next step of engagement? Because if we let them go, we'll drop them. And so we got to sit down, think through, okay, what's the next step, the next step, the next step. And as an aside here, a lot of times we as leaders think they know the next step. Truth is they don't. They don't. Many churches I've been in where I talk to the leaders in the church and they say, oh, we got step 1, step 2, step 3. But then maybe Saturday I'll do focus groups and I'll have a group of people who have been in the church less than 2 years. And I'll say, what are some of the barriers to get involved in this church? And they will say this: we don't know how to get involved. We can't figure out how to get involved. But I just talk to the leaders and they say, oh, we got it thought out. Step 1, step 2, step 3. But when I talk to the new people, they don't know. So there's somewhere a communication gap from the leaders who have set up a process, but the newcomers who can't figure it out. So maybe it's a lack of consistent communication. It depends on each church where the breakdown is. But you need to have a process. What's step 1, step 2, step 3? Now, do the true new people know what that step is? A lot of times they don't. But we got to think that through. But if they've been there 4 times, they are saying we're open to further engagement, more serious engagement. And I think that starts with a Get Acquainted class. So what I recommend is you have this Get Acquainted class, and it's a light kind of fun class. Here's our vision, here's our direction, here's something about our church. Now, if some of you who are this class are saying, Pastor, I love what you're doing here. I'd like to maybe see about becoming a member. If you are, okay, we have a membership class. Some of you are saying, well, Pastor, I'm not really ready to be a member yet, but I'd like to volunteer a little. I'd like to get involved. Okay, we got to discover your gifts class. Some of you are saying, well, Pastor, I'm not really sure about my faith, and maybe, I'd like to explore my faith a little bit further. Okay, we got a class, Explore Your Faith, where we talk about salvation and stuff like that. So instead of giving people 1 option, you give them 3. Now, if you give people 1 option, how many options do they really have? 2. What's the second option? Don't do it. Right. If you give people 2 options, they really have 3. Option 1, 2, and don't do it. So if I give them an option of 3 places, we've got the Get Acquainted class. Now you can do a Explore My Faith class. You can do a Discover My Spiritual Gifts class, or I can take a membership class. Now I'm giving them 3 options. There's still the 4th option. Don't do anything. But I've lowered the percentage chance of don't do anything. I've given them 3 options, and that is a higher chance that they'll pick one of them. Each time they move to the next option, they engage more. They make friends, they make connections each time they go along. And the key to holding people is friendships in the church. That is the absolute key. If people come to the church and don't make friends, they don't stay. Or if they stay really on the fringes. Really on the fringes. Now, that's true online also. People engage online, and if we can move them into a small group or into a class online or something, we connect them more deeply because they do make friends online and connections online and develop some sort of community. But we've got to move them into those groups as much as possible. Eventually, you want to move them into involvement with their spiritual gifts. You want to, move them into service. There are 3 keys to holding people. Let me give you those. These aren't in notes. The 3 things you're trying to do, help people make friends, is number 1. And we actually know how many friends people need to make. They need to make 7 or more friends within 6 months. 7 or more friends. Anything you can do to help people make friends within that first 6 months is going to help them stay. Secondly, they need to find a class or a group that they belong to. A class or a group. Now, honestly, it doesn't matter from a assimilation standpoint, it doesn't matter what the class or group is. It could be a men's softball team, it could be a women's Bible study, it could be I'm joining the parking lot team. It doesn't matter. I could be part of the cleanup team. In a new church plant, I could be part of the setup team. It doesn't matter. I could be part of the worship team. They need to find a place that they say, this is my place. This is where I belong. I'm part of the parking team. I'm part of the worship team. I'm part of the cleanup team. So they're identifying with a particular group or class. So friends, a class, and by the way, where do they make their friends? In that class. So if you can get them into a group, that's typically where they make their friends. So you've got a double connection there. The third thing is, and this may come later, and that is service, a job, a ministry in the church. So if they can become a greeter, or they can become, if they're on the parking lot team, let's say, the parking lot team, that's their job. They're helping cars park and greeting people. It's the group they identify with, and that's where they make their friends. Now, if you think about this, those of us who are old enough to remember Sunday school in our churches, people would come, we'd get them involved in Sunday school, they'd make their friends in Sunday school, and oftentimes we'd find them a job in Sunday school. You're on the social committee, you're on the welcoming committee, you're on the sunshine committee, we would say, where you send cards out when people are sick. Or you're on the phone committee, you're going to call people and remind them of our social event, or remind them to come to Sunday school. Now, my generation, baby boomers, when we were younger, we used to look at that and say, oh, that's so silly. Sunshine chairman, give me a break. Social chairman, give me a break. I'll tell you, it was ingenious. It's ingenious because more people in that class had a job. They had a responsibility. And so you have a class, you have friends, you have a responsibility, you stick. You stick. Same thing still holds. So you're online, you get people in their group, they make friends. Now, how can we find them a way to serve? Well, maybe they can be on the online care team. And the online care team maybe does phone calls, does emails to people that we know are hurting, struggling. Maybe they're in a hospital and we, send out cards or something. Maybe we recruit people to be on the chat team, to respond to chats and stuff during the service or something like that. So we've got to think through, okay, how can I engage these people who are online into a group and make friends, but also how can I find a job for them online to help in the church. If we can do that, we'll keep them. We'll keep them. Those are key. Friends, group, job, in the church. You got them. At least for a while. And then people do drift away. So what model am I on?
50.
Okay, 14 was attend the Get Acquainted class. 15 is taking the next steps. What are the options for the next steps? Now, if you turn on the next page, I've given you kind of a little chart here It starts up left with the online church, goes to Facebook. Man, they printed it off in color. That's awesome. Mine's black and white. Oh, that's beautiful. I like that. That's cool. Yeah. So, yeah, they want to impress you, see, first impressions. Online church, then Facebook, then Instagram. Facebook's your brochure. Instagram's a peek into the community. Engagement, I put some different names on here. Drive by the church, parking, front door, entering the front door, ministry connection, experiencing the atmosphere of the worship and stuff, the worship event, entering the service or exiting the service, future contacts, get acquainted class, next steps. Now, in between those circles, you'll see there's little triangles. If you want to have a full-blown welcoming ministry, you've got to think through each one of those triangles. What are you doing in the church? So what are you doing that? Is there something there? Or is there a gap? So, you know, for some of you, you got online church, you got Facebook, but you don't have Instagram, and, you know, so you have a gap there. So maybe what you need to do is to add an Instagram page and get some people to take pictures of the community and get testimonials that you could put on there. They could be written testimonials, they could be filmed, videoed, short, 15, 30 minute, 30 second, not the 30 minute, 30 second, a minute clips that you could put in there about people saying, man, I came to Faith Church and you know, they were so friendly, or they were so helpful with our special needs child, or whatever they say. That's what's on there, you know. Drive by the church, you know, is your, you know, how good is the curb appeal of our church building? Parking, do we help people park? Do we help people enter the front door and greet them there and help them make friends? You know, some of the stuff we talked about. So you need to kind of think through this. What does your church do at kind of each of these points? And if you have 4 or 5 of these that you're not doing anything, you've got gaps in the process. So here's what I'd like for you to do. I'd like if you're at your tables. So kind of think about your church. And as I talk through this, I'm sure you were thinking about your own church. So where is your church strong with a process like this? And where is it weak? What does your church need to do to be stronger? And folks, this is just a model. It's a template. It's not inerrant. You know, it's just a model that you can use. You may have something better. That's fine. If you do, I'd love to see it and steal it. I mean, see it. Might end up in a book. Who knows? Yeah. I'm being silly. But, you know, what I'm saying is this doesn't have to be specifically your model, but this just gives you a conceptual idea. So let's take a few minutes, talk to the people at your table. If you're at the same table, you already know each other, right? So what's happening in your church in terms of a process like this? Let's talk to each other for a little bit.
I think I do remember you. Well, it doesn't surprise me, you're in the yeah, he was, like you said earlier, he was on one of those kinds of stuff. So, that's helped his job.
A couple years ago, I was there. 5 years ago. Transferred over.
What did you hear? What's some feedback? What are you hearing churches are doing? What are the churches facing in terms of roadblocks? Give us some feedback as a group. What were you talking about?
Well, for me as an old guy, this was just education for me, being savvy as to how many tools are out there, and what their purpose is, and who they're reaching, and what the expectation is from maybe somebody searching for a church, what medium they're gonna use. Maybe it's a certain generation or age, or I don't know what.
Yeah.
But that, for me, that's the big light bulb, just being aware of what's out there, how to use it,
Yeah.
or if to use it.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, there's a lot out there. And, I don't know them all either. It's just, it's complex and it's constantly moving. It's constantly moving, new material and stuff. I was going to mention earlier, and I don't know what the names of these, this technology is, but you can actually buy, I've been told, boxes that you hook up that takes the out of tune music and puts it in tune before it gets out to the people. What do they call that? Anybody know?
Waves is one of the options. Wave files.
Waves.
Yeah,
Waves. Okay. Boy, is that expensive? Do you know?
I mean, it's all like, does your sound digital? Start there. Like, do you have a digital soundboard?
Okay.
Then it's possible. If you don't, it's really expensive. But,
Okay. Okay.
It just depends on where you're at. I mean,
So-
you're like $500 to $1,000.
Okay.
To add it to a digital.
So you're saying buy a digital
Yeah, you set it
soundboard?
up one time, and you can, I mean, we post-produced our audio like manned. We had a guy who we're in Indianapolis, and he would mic basically any event that came in town, and he would post-produce our audio for us, and then we started doing wave files, and it was almost unnecessary.
Uh-huh.
Church.
Okay.
Because it was all unrecognizable to hear the difference between it being pre-done,
Yeah.
kind of setting it up in a way that compressed the audio, because that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to compress it before you send it out. It was almost unrecognizable how it was like.
Okay.
It was $500 on top of the board we already.
Okay, so there you go. Talk to him after we're done. But I'll tell you, having it in tune is really important, I think. Yep. Yes, sir.
Something that you and I didn't have to worry about when we were in grade school, Sunday school classes, meaning so many years ago, was the security team. This
Yes.
day and age, it's important to have a security
Absolutely.
team. And also because maybe people will feel more comfortable at church if they see a security team, and maybe some people are leery of coming to church in this day and age if there is no security team.
Yeah.
Something to think about.
Yeah, and there is training available for security teams out there, and yep, that's good. That's good. Yes, sir.
We talked about just some of the difficulty. You mentioned the connection cards, first
Yeah.
week, second week,
Right,
third week.
right.
We find that people are just incredibly reluctant to give their information out.
Yes.
So people can be at church for 6 months and we don't.
Right.
We might know their name, we might know their faces, but they still don't want to be in our database.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's just something we.
Yeah, it is a challenge, and I think you ask for as little information as you can. So in the old days, we would say, what's the ages of your children, and what grade are they in? Look, you name address, phone number, email, that's it. Very little information. I found that it sometimes helps when you're asking them to fill out the card, to say to them, we'd like for you to fill out this card, but fill out as much information as you're comfortable with. Just say that. Fill out as much information as you're comfortable with. But then put the basics there. You can also promise them that this database is not given out to anybody. It's purely for the church, to give you information about upcoming events, send you resources. Again, that whole thing of offering resources is kind of a new thing, but a lot of times people would like that resource. Well, then they got to give you at least an email so you can send it to them. I think that's a real key in our day and age. But also promise them right up front. You know, we don't give this database out to anybody. It's purely for us to alert you to upcoming events and stuff like that. But again, if they wait 6 months, when they do fill it out, they're first visitor. You treat them like a first-time visitor or guest, because you have no way before that to even account that they were there, really, to send them anything. So whenever they choose to fill it out, then you put them in the system and start, you know. If it's 4 weeks before they come back for the second visit, that's all right. When they come back, they're a second visitor. You know? If they come back the very next week, that's the best, but they don't always do that. The old rule of thumb, and I don't know of any new studies, but the old rule of thumb was if you get a person who visits, they have about a 16% chance of staying with you on a first-time guest. If they come back the very next week, 85% that they stay. If they come back the very next week. Now, that study was done a number of years ago. Whether that's still true or not, I don't know. Might make a good dissertation in the D-Min program. To do some updating of the statistics to see, take some of those old statistics and do some checking with churches and see if there's any changes, because there probably is. But somebody's got to do the study. Other thoughts? What are you thinking? Yes?
I jotted down 3 things that I think are often omitted in all our frenzied busyness today. It's foundational to everything we've talked about. One is we need more strategic and targeted prayer.
Okay.
We need the empowering help of the Holy Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to do much more emphasis on all that it takes to develop a biblical worldview. We're hurting.
Yep.
I think terribly in that.
Yeah.
We're in a war.
Yeah.
Out there.
That's a good reminder, and I actually had in my notes, and you're letting me know I missed it. I actually had, do we pray and ask God to bring us guests? Do we pray for our welcome team, our tech team, things like that? Another thing that helps is praise your welcome team from the pulpit. Folks, you probably came today and you were greeted in the parking lot by our wonderful parking lot team. Don't they do a great job out there, you know? Or folks, you probably don't recognize it, but we've got one of the best tech teams in the business today. And they do a great job. And the fact that you don't hear pops and squeaks and all that kind of stuff is due to our tech team. When do we praise the tech team? When do we praise the parking lot people? When do we praise the greeters? You know, normally we don't. In fact, I can't tell you of a church I've ever been to that I heard a word of praise for any of them from the pulpit. But if you want people to serve on the tech team, then praise the tech team. If you want them to serve in the parking lot, praise them. Now, you can't do it every Sunday, but just, you know, you weave things in over time and, thank them for it. Absolutely. But pray for visitors. Pray for guests. God, bring us people. Now, interesting, what I've discovered, you probably have too, when we're prepared, God brings them. When we're not prepared, He doesn't. For instance, I've been in churches where they haven't had a baby in the nursery for a long time, but what they do is they invest in upgrading the nursery, getting it up to today's standards and qualities. They start praying, God, bring us some young families, and lo and behold, a young family shows up with a baby. But if we don't remodel that and we don't pray for it, the babies never come. It's almost like God blesses us with our faith to prepare. If we don't prepare, if we prepare for guests, God brings us guests. If we don't prepare, why would God want to bring guests to us if we're going to do a bad job? He doesn't do it. So we pray for them, we prepare for them, and lo and behold, God brings them.
There's that old cliche axiom that if you fail to prepare, you are preparing. You're preferring to fail.
They're preparing to fail, absolutely. Yeah, remember who said that?
No,
Yeah.
it's been around a long time.
Yeah.
Educational.
In the church world, it was Robert Schuller at the Crystal Cathedral that said that. Yeah, he did. Yeah. Yeah, that was one of his big sayings for many years. Any other thoughts, comments? Discussions, yes.
We just shared two different experiences when we visited a church. He went to Saddleback, huge, was greeted warmly by executive in the insurance world, but very warmly.
Wow.
And I went to a church just last week. I was greeted by a 7-year-old kid who was just like beaming with the opportunity to hand out a bulletin.
Really?
So a very trained person.
Wow.
And then a novice, and both of us had a great experience. I also recently went to a church that had a really slick process, but it wasn't warm.
Yeah.
And so you can get the process right. But
Right.
This is what you talked about here with when we extend a hand of welcome to guests, we're extending God's hand of grace.
Yeah.
There has to be a genuine love
Yeah.
of Jesus in the midst of that, not just let's get the system down.
Right.
People feel that. I think they really
Oh,
do.
they can tell. Yeah. Is it just rote, or are we just doing this because we have to, or do people really care? Yeah, absolutely. That's a good word. That's a good word. Yeah. And the fact that they were using younger people, sometimes we just think about adults, but people are warm to children. And if there's, children who can do it and they're there, I mean, it can be pretty powerful to have a child do that. And I would encourage you, the greeting ministry is a great place for new people. Where do you get new people involved? Well, we can't have them teaching doctrine to our kids. But, they can sit at a table and say, "Hi, folks, welcome here. Would you fill out a name tag?" That doesn't have to be a Christian. They can hand out a bulletin. "Hi, folks, welcome to Grace. Here, have a bulletin." As long as they're warm and greeting, they could be a non-Christian. They could hand out a bulletin. In most of our churches, though, we want the elders or deacons or somebody to be doing that. Well, why? Let's involve people. And now you don't have them there by themselves. So you always have a team captain or a team leader, whatever you want to call it, and they're a Christian. They're a part of the church. So they're sitting there at the table or watching the table, and this non-Christian is greeting people and asking them to fill out a name tag. So sometimes people will ask questions. This person wouldn't know how to answer it. But you're there to jump in or walk up and say, "Yeah, let me answer that question," or "I can answer that question," or something. So you got to have oversight. But at the same time, it doesn't have to be an elder quality person to hand out a bulletin or ask for a name tag or to shake a hand or park a car. And those are wonderful places to involve new people if they have that personality and skill set to do that. Just watch them. Yeah, just watch them. So, yeah. Okay, well, my goodness, we gone a little bit over. We need to have a word of closing greeting. Thanks so much for coming. Appreciate it. You're very kind. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll be around if you want to talk, so feel free to come up and let's talk.
Thanks, Dr. McIntosh. Very rich and practical. Did you find it helpful? Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, really good job. And so I want to invite you back for more, okay? So looking ahead, unless the rapture occurs, then we'll talk on the way up. But if it doesn't, November the 9th, and it could happen during that event, who knows, we have Dr. Bill Thrasher from Moody. Some of you know him. I had him way back when in the 80s when I was an undergrad at Moody. And I'm going to read a little bio, and then I'll tell you a couple things about him. Bill Thrasher has served on the faculty of Moody since 1980 and on the graduate school faculty since 1990, where he oversees the master's program in spiritual formation and discipleship. He is a frequent speaker in churches and retreats across the country. He has written numerous articles on a variety of subjects related to Christian living. His books include, these are just a few of them, Living the Life God Has Planned, A Journey to Victorious Praying, Believing God for His Best, God as He Wants You to Know Him, How to be a soul physician, the attributes of God in Pauline theology, experiencing the pleasure of believing God, and principles of Christian living from Romans 5 through 8. He's also written a Jonah commentary. It's a Moody Bible commentary, actually. And I had him way back. I was a young Christian on fire, sharing the gospel to anybody breathing, including animals, plants, and anybody who would listen. And he's very deep. He was a New Testament prof and also theology, very deep. However, what I appreciated about him is he also had, for lack of a better word, that devotional style. He knew how, he's shaking his head, you've had him. He knew how to direct us to the throne. There's something special about him. And he's for sure a prayer warrior, right? And so I encourage you, if you can make it, his topic is going to be Key Battles in the Spiritual Life, a biblical framework for processing your trials and your fears, the battle around our physical bodies, processing our anger so that Satan gets no advantage. Obviously very practical where we live, right? Very practical topics he'll be covering. So if you can, come on out. Again, that's November 9th. We start at 10 o'clock typically. All right, I want to pray for us and pray a special blessing on our brother here, Dr. McIntosh. Let's pray together. Father, thank you. This has been very rich and very helpful. And we thank you for a brother who's been walking with you for many years and has seen it all, the good, bad, and the ugly, and still has a smile on his face and still has joy in his heart because of you, Jesus. And we're grateful. Thank you for his wisdom and his willingness to travel all the way here and share it with us. It's a blessing. Keep your hand on him, Lord. Keep him in good health. Bless his family as well. And then, Father, as we look ahead, Lord willing, that many of us can be here to enjoy and be edified by Dr. Thrasher. And we pray your blessing upon him right now as well. Thank you for ministries like this where we can encourage one another, sharpen one another, and serve together as a unified team. There's a lot of stuff in the culture that's cross purposes with what you would like to see. And so we're just vessels of clay, but we want to be available for your usage and for your glory. And so, Lord, use us however you can in the days ahead. Send us away with your blessing and with gratitude in our hearts. We pray this in the most excellent name of Jesus. And all my brothers and sisters said, Amen. Amen. God bless you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.